But here we are. In the cool world of Discworld. So hey everybody. Welcome back to Discworld Noir with our expert, the Discworld expert Iselda.
I'll be the guy who sounds like me.
And yes, they drool into your bloodstream. That is what spreads disease, yep. Mosquito scum. Okay, so last time we found the nest of the werewolf who's killing people, and we found this pendant. And we need to find information about the pendant, but we couldn't find in the library because a page was missing that would have had the information that we need. So there's only one place that we can go, so we can get that information. But first we need to find out where the place is. There's only one place that we can go to find about more places. We need to read the notice board.
Ooh. I couldn't imagine who would pay attention to the notices in a seedy dive like the Parrot, but I guess they were of interest to someone. Wanted, bed maker and laundryman for Unseen University. $2 for each day survived. Contact Mrs. Foams at the new hall.
Unseen University.
Ah, nice.
That's where we're headed. Bed maker and laundryman. We're looking for a job. New hall. There it is.
Ooh.
Unseen University was positioned along a large stretch in the River Ankh, and its campus was convoluted enough that it was hard to tell where the university ended and the city began. It would be wrong to say that the people of the city respected the wizards of the university, and it would be wrong to say that they hated them. In fact, all you could really say was that both the citizens and the wizards were glad of the wall that stopped them from having to socialize on a daily basis.
Yep.
Mrs. Foams?
Yes, I am she. What do you want?
May I come in?
No, you may not.
I've come about the job.
Is that a fact? Very well, you may enter, but wipe your feet. I won't have the help messing up the carpets.
At least you're not talking about us dripping all over the wooden floor.
What carpets? That's cobblestone.
Yeah, there's no carpet.
You've come for the job, Mr.
Lewton. And yes, I am interested in the job.
Well, as the head chambermaid, the decisions about hiring staff falls on my shoulders. Do you have any experience?
No, but I'm a fast learner.
Well, the pay is $2 a day. There are no perks. If you want it, it's yours.
No perks and $2 a day. What a pay.
I mean, 2 Ankh-Morpork dollars. That's not too bad for that kind of job.
I'll take your word for it.
You shouldn't. But thanks.
Tell me about Unseen University.
It's not the business of help to discuss their employers.
Of course. I don't think I can ask her about anything. Except maybe the wizard murder?
Is it dangerous working here? Only I heard that one of the wizards was murdered.
Don't let that bother you, Mr. Lewton. The affairs of the staff are not our concern.
You don't think I'm in any danger?
Goodness, no. The odd death is just the natural course of campus politics, I'm afraid. It's a shocking turn of affairs, but we mustn't question it. Dead men's pointy boots, and all that.
And all that.
And all that.
That's
Hey,
the right
Eldridge.
job or not.
Now we can apply them on Vimes' boot pricing theory. Oh yeah. The Vimes boot theory of socioeconomic disadvantages. Or unfairness, sorry.
Would the dead men's pointy boots go into that?
Probably not.
I'll take the job. When do I start?
You can start now by making the beds. The dorm is through that door. I advise you to leave before the students get back.
Why?
Boys will be boys, Mr. Lewton, and apprentice wizards are the worst kind of boys imaginable.
Ah.
Do we get to meet the Rincewind?
Probably not.
Dead
He's
men's pointy
at this
boots?
point he might be in
Yes.
Forex.
No
Yep.
questions asked as to the manner of their emptying, if you know what I mean.
I see.
Hello, Goblin,
Do you
in
know
case I
anything
didn't
about
already
the
say.
counterweight killings?
Murders are hardly a suitable topic for polite conversation.
True.
Well, let's make it an impolite socializing then.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
I have better things to be doing than talking to you, you know.
Rude.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
I have better things.
Alright, she's not gonna give us anything.
I guess I'd better get to work.
Very good.
The lair of the redoubtable Mrs. Foames, the head chambermaid.
I found the boots theory if you want to hear it.
Sure.
It's from Men at Arms, and it's one of those memorable moments that even when I read it the first time, I didn't know it was such a big thing in the fandom, but it stuck with me. And now that I know it's a big thing in the fandom, I can see why. This is Vimes sort of thinking aloud. The reason the rich were so rich, Vimes reasoned, was because they managed to spend less money. Take boots, for example. A really good pair of leather boots cost $50, but an affordable pair of boots, which were sort of okay for a season or two and then leaked like hell when the cardboard gave out, cost about $10. But the thing was, the good boots lasted for years and years. A man who could afford $50 had a pair of boots that still keep his feet dry in 10 years' time, while a poor man who could only afford the cheap boots would have spent $100 on boots in the same time and would still have wet feet. This was Captain Samuel Vimes' boots theory of socioeconomic unfairness.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
That theory
Although
even
he
made
right
it
back to
into
what he's
real
calling me.
economic studies. Yeah, I can see that. Octarine board? Not a blackboard, it's octarine board. Sturdy unlocker. Unlocker with disturbing aroma. Rugged unlocker. Unstable unlocker. It's like the difference between buying and renting or buying well-built goods versus cheap Temu stuff. It truly is expensive to be poor.
There you go.
Unlocker?
Unlocker.
They've got unlockers in here.
Of course, it's unseen.
Sturdy unlocker. Unlocker with disturbing aroma. Rugged unlocker. An unstable unlocker. And instead of a blackboard, they got an octarine board.
The octarine board appeared blank to my eyes, but I had a feeling there was something written on it I couldn't see. A few sticks of chalk, a type of chalk made from octarine carbonate, were resting on the top of the board. Carlotta had told me that only wizards could see octarine, which explained why the board looked blank to me. She also said that as a wolf I could smell octarine, which opened up a new avenue of inquiry.
Ooh.
Oh.
The students had their very own unlockers to keep their possessions in. This locker seemed to wobble slightly. This unlocker seemed rugged, if slightly beaten up. Even as a human, I could smell something very disturbing coming from this particular unlocker.
I don't think we want to find out.
Maybe not.
This sturdy-looking unlocker seemed in better condition than the others. I guess it was my job to make the beds. Watch how fast I go.
Yeah, real fast.
Hello, Elaine.
Hey, Alan. The aroma one is Leisure Mage Robe Larry's. Ah.
Eh.
Lately, some libraries have started a program where you can borrow tools, lawnmowers, drills, etc. I think that's brilliant. It helps a lot of people. Yeah, that's actually
Good
a
idea.
good idea. Very good idea.
The dorm was full of
Oh.
the jangling sense of the students. But the most surprising thing was the octarine board. As a wolf, I smelt the words on the board. The chalk marks showed up as sparkling traces against the odorless board. It seemed to be a list of subjects the young apprentices were studying. Occult perils of lace-making, basic myth and monsters, principles of thaumic imponderability, and temples of the Great Nev. Under the list of subjects were the words, "You must read a chapter on each before the next lecture."
You can actually see it. This say next lecture on the bottom right corner, so that text is on the octarine board. What he was reading. Nice shoes.
Also, it's a shame that he didn't explain, but the octarine, or the smell of magic, is something like burnt tin.
Ah. Also, do they have a troll as a wizard? I mean, look at the size of these shoes compared to him.
That's probably for the megapode.
The what now?
The megapode. It's mentioned in one book. It's Unseen Academicals. There's a book of traditions for Unseen University, and one of them is that they have to play football, or else they'll lose their grant from the city. But another one is the one that starts the whole book off. Is they have to, I think it's once a year, they have to chase a megapode through the university because it happened as a failed experiment at some time, and they had to chase something around. Nobody knows what a megapode is, so they just dress somebody up for the occasion, and everybody chases him, yelling, "Ho, the megapode!" And that's about it. It's really ridiculous. There's like 10 pages of that in the beginning of the book, and that's all there is to say about it.
A door led out of the dorm and deeper into the university.
I mean, that would make sense, Gabriel. The smell from an electric plasma lighter. Those ozone kind of... Or those plasma balls that you could buy and put your hands on and it goes... zzz, that kind of smell.
The only interesting thing I could find in the unlocker was some books. I guess the rumors about the students weren't true. They did do some studying. Given the smell of the unlocker, I was grateful it was locked. I searched the unlocker but found nothing I wanted to think too hard about. Unlike the other unlockers, this one seemed to be levitating a few inches above the ground. Probably one of the students' cantrips that hadn't worn off yet. As for the unlocker's contents, the less said about them, the better.
What kind of students do they have here?
Usually lazy ones.
Great music in here.
Yeah.
Of course, it smells of bacon when things go horribly wrong with a spell.
Trying to find a specific quote from Pyramids.
A porter?
Oh.
The burly porter had inflexible written all over him in large ironclad letters.
What are you doing here?
The name's Lewton. I'm working for Mrs. Foames.
You're the new bed maker, eh? Well, you can't come any further than this, Lewton. Wizards only in the library, thank you.
Wizards only?
Well, wizards, apprentices, and orangutans.
Are you a porter?
No, I'm a Bledlow. And there's a difference, all right?
There is.
There
I
is.
don't remember what the difference is, but there is a difference between a porter and a Bledlow, and they're very proud of it. Also, before you click on, I wanted to to address Gabriel's the smell of the weird burning. You have the opposite problem of Rincewind, who usually spells it wizards with 2 Z.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for Rincewind, it's not the wizard, it's a wizard.
Yep, because he can't
What's a
spell.
Bledlow?
Aha.
Ah, he's gonna tell us what's a Bledlow.
We look after the students,
Look after them.
just like the watch looks after the city.
You throw your weight around and beat them senseless when they do something wrong?
It's about
Yep.
the size of it, yeah.
Okay.
You don't mess with the lobsters.
Lobsters?
Just a nickname we've picked up over the years.
Why?
If
Oh,
you
right.
see us get our hands on a student, you'll understand.
You make it sound like you're hunting them down.
Of course,
We'll need a lot more
all
help before we're
students are
through.
guilty of everything.
Guilty of
All
everything.
students are guilty, and that's all students are guilty of everything. Wow.
Hey, Specky.
Hey, Specky.
Where are all the students?
They're off playing Unseen University Challenge against the students from the Assassin's Guild.
What does that involve?
I don't know. Given the way most sports are conducted round here, it probably involves a very careful inspection of half the pubs in Ankh-Morpork.
What makes you say that?
Heard of the city and guilds?
No.
When the guilds started setting up their own colleges, there was a lot of rivalry between the various students.
Rivalry?
Well, the university students used to be ambushed by gangs from the guilds, really.
Used to be.
Well, given the faculty's relaxed attitude to sudden death, most of the staff preferred dead students on account of them being easier to teach. But I gather the guilds decided
Makes
that
sense.
enough was enough because all the bodies around the place made it very hard to open doors.
Makes sense.
So what did they do?
They founded the City and Guilds Match. See, the idea was to carry a football right from the outskirts of the Shades to the Tower of Art, goals being scored by kicking the ball through the door of certain landmarks.
What sort of landmarks?
The sort with names like the Mended Drum and the Bunch of Grapes. The scoring team was bought drinks by the other teams, you see. And after a few years, the Arch-Chancellor ruled that only one goal could be scored in each pub since the match had, for 3 years running, had gone on for a month.
What's this got to do with Unseen University Challenge?
Well, the university tends to leave the City and Guilds match to the guilds. They prefer a more cerebral challenge.
Such as going straight to the pub, not passing go, and not bothering to come back.
That'd be my guess, yes.
So they're not coming back.
Well, they'll be back. They need to come to the library to get their course books.
This mention of that kind of football is 10 years before Unseen Academicals came out.
Huh?
Interesting. I know Pratchett wrote like 2 books a year-ish, and this is from 1999, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
That would put it around the time of The Fifth Elephant, which means The Truth and Thief of Time and possibly The Last Hero is what he would have been working on. So there's a good number of books before we get to Unseen Academicals. Interesting. Already having plans for football here.
Yeah.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
I'm just a Bledlow, Lewton. No, I don't know anything about that.
I hear the reader of esoteric occultism was murdered.
Yep. Old Mathan was so full of poison, even the worms wouldn't touch him.
He was poisoned.
That's right. right here in the Widdershins wing of the university.
You don't sound concerned.
I just keep an eye on the students. The wizards can do what they like to each other.
You know, he's supposed to be keeping an eye on the students, and the students are not here. Then why is he here?
That's probably the thing. He's keeping an eye out that the students don't come there.
Hmm.
Who do you think killed Matham?
Well, that shouldn't be hard to work out, eh? Just see who fills his shoes.
You think it was an internal matter?
I don't see why not. No one else has got a reason to be killing wizards, have they, eh?
Well, there's one. The counterweight killings.
Or, yeah, the counterweight killings is one, and the other one being advancement within Unseen University.
Mm-hmm. So it really could be that the Matham's death had nothing to do with the counterweight killings after all, because he was poisoned.
It is a possibility.
Hmm.
Do you know anything about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks?
It's not me place to discuss murders, Lewton.
Have you heard the expression, dead men's pointy boots?
Of course.
What does it mean?
Well, towards the upper levels of magic, where the number of positions get few and far between, wizards advance primarily by the untimely death of their bosses.
And the pointy boots?
Well, the point is, no questions are asked as to the emptying of those pointy boots.
So it really does feel like it's an inside job.
Yep.
Somebody just wanted to feel Matham's boots.
Does this mean anything to you?
I don't know anything about that.
Well, I'd better leave you to it.
I think we need to get
Also
in
a good
there.
idea.
Just need to get rid of the porter. Let's check the books.
What have we got? Occult Primer, Monster Fun Grimoire, Fullamyth, The Theory of Thaumic Imponderability, Lost Temples of the Great
Underability. So something that doesn't bear thinking about. That's great.
There was nothing in any of the books about that. What? Fullamyth, The
Fullamyth.
Theory of Thaumic, Lost Temples of...
Lost Temples of the Great Neff. I wonder if we can find something about that in the Ubewald library.
Maybe.
Who would Sir like to see this time?
The library, thank you.
I'd like to...
Very
The
well.
person
I
of
will
library.
show Sir the...
Hello, Jeray. Or Jeray.
No, Jeray.
I could mess up the filing system, I suppose. A far better plan would...
Yeah, we didn't write it down. That's how you look for things. I mean, I already looked up the pendant, but that was the book with the missing page, I think.
There were books on jewelry, but I couldn't... I did get the idea that the design of the pendant...
Yeah. But the hint that I looked up told me to go read the notice board to get to the Unseen University, but now I have to figure out what to do here.
That's about right.
Can we make the beds?
For a brief moment, I considered actually making the beds. Fortunately, good sense prevailed.
Good. Can I turn into a werewolf here?
Not in front of the porter. I'd definitely get thrown out.
Or you could eat him. At least that way he will be out of the way.
There is that.
I tried to head down to the library, but the porter stopped me.
Wizards only in the library. Thank you.
Thank you. So we need to find ourselves a robe and a silly hat. I'm sorry, a dress and a silly hat.
The door led to the library of the Unseen University.
Where do you think you're going?
Just going for a walk.
Stay in the new hall, yeah? Students and wizards only beyond this point.
What if we prove that we are a student?
Oh, good idea.
But I don't know how.
The only
Not
interesting thing...
such a good idea then.
Can we talk to Mrs. Foams again?
Mrs. Foams?
Well, what do you want? I haven't got time to waste talking to you, you know.
Just a few questions, please. Or at least one question.
The wizard was poisoned, I hear.
I think you could use a little less gossip and a lot more work, Mr. Lewton.
Oh, well, she doesn't know that this is work.
All right then.
Does this mean anything to
There
you?
is that.
I have better things.
I guess I'd better get to work.
Indeed you should.
Indeed.
And we should go walk around places. Maybe there's somebody who can help us.
It's possible.
Saturnalia was locked up tight.
Darn. No warb to talk to.
Oh. I do like warp.
Well, there's always some Malaclips.
True.
I need your help again, Malaclips. What about the reader of esoteric occultism? Do you know about his murder?
Internal politics.
That's what it's pointing
It is
to.
of no consequence to the world what happens inside Unseen University.
Even if they accidentally summon hideous demons from beyond space and time?
As long as they stay inside Unseen University, no problem.
Have you heard of dead men's pointy boots?
Indeed. It is said that in order to gain advancement to a higher position, the wizards of Unseen University fight a duel to the death armed only with their pointy boots.
Are you sure about that?
As sure as I am of everything.
Aha.
I'll have to
That's what I thought.
The truth.
Yeah, it almost feels like he just made it up.
Kinda.
Nah, I don't want to talk with Mooncalf. He ain't got nothing. Maybe Death knows about the
Who
pointy
would
boots.
Sir like to see this time?
Maybe.
Can I see?
I am not in a position to know.
Still here, I see.
In a sense.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
They use it at the Unseen University, do they not?
So I understand.
It is accurate. The wizards do have pointy boots. It's traditional.
Well,
I think it
There
has
is
some other
that.
meaning.
That would explain why I have heard it mentioned in the guilds. Their boots are seldom pointy.
Well, he didn't really add to it.
Can you tell me anything about Matham's murder?
I already told you that I cannot discuss the details of my work with you.
Hey, Spiteful Frog. Pointy boots? I don't have pointy boots. I'm a wizard. You're not a wizard if you don't have pointy boots, a nice flashy dress, and a hat. At least not a wizard in this world.
Well, goodbye. I'm sure we'll meet again.
Oh, you can be certain of it.
Nobby, do you know anything about this dead man's pointy boots thing?
Just thought we could have a little chat.
Oh, all right then. Make it quick.
Probably don't.
I found out about the murder at the university.
Really?
His name was Matham, and they found him poisoned in the Widdershin's wing. Tell Vimes.
Mr. Vimes?
Believe it or not, I want to get to the bottom of this case.
Maybe this is the way to get rid of the,
I don't think anyone could want to get to the bottom of a case
Order.
more than Mr. Vimes.
These are interesting times.
A good idea.
Or not, because Nobby won't tell the Vimes.
Ah,
Have you ever heard of dead men's pointy boots?
No. What is it?
Something they mentioned at the university. It's possible that murder was something to do with internal politics. It used to be that the one legal way to get ahead as a wizard was to kill a more senior wizard.
Really?
I seriously doubt it.
I wouldn't suggest that of the Merchants Guild.
Why not?
They're a bit touchy about that sort of thing at the guilds.
Ooh.
No one likes an ambitious person.
That's why you've got so many friends, Nobby.
Maybe we mentioned this at the Merchants Guild, so he will talk to us.
oh.
I guess I'll see you around, Nobby. I'll try to avoid it, though. Let's face it, Nobby was no oil painting. Unless someone did it with their foot.
An oil painting with their foot, yeah.
A good comparison, I think.
Mind if I ask some more questions?
As long as they're not about the incident, be my guest.
No, it's about a different incident.
I hear up at the Unseen University, they talk about dead men's pointy boots.
Yes, I've heard of that.
Really?
Yes, they ask no questions about how a wizard's shoes were emptied.
Operate the same policy here, do you?
What? Hey, what are you implying?
Well, you know. Here you are, stuck on the door. Then a merchant gets killed, leaving a vacancy in the hierarchy.
I did not kill Gaming.
But there
Aha.
aren't any witnesses to that, are there?
There aren't any witnesses at all. He was alone in the guild house when... Oops.
Gotcha.
Thanks for the information.
Wait.
Ah,
Don't tell anyone I said anything. They'll lynch me.
I'll keep quiet if you tell me everything you know.
No, I've already said too much.
Well, it was good while it lasted. Now all I had to find out was how Gaiman had been killed. And I had a feeling I wasn't going to learn that here.
No new information on the notes, I see.
Well, goodbye for now.
Where could we go ask about it? Maybe Nobby knows? Now that we got the information?
could be.
I mean, pretty much he is our liaison.
Just
For
thought we could
information.
have a little chat.
If Vimes has,
Oh, make it...
checked on it.
What about this merchant that you said was murdered?
I can't discuss that with you.
Well, you must be able to tell me something.
The guilds like to keep these disputes to themselves. You know what I mean? You'll have to talk to the Merchants Guild.
So that's how we got the Merchants Guild.
I guess I'll see you around, Nobby.
Where could we go?
That is a good question.
It's getting tough. I'm gonna have to use UHS again. mean, I did look up the about the pendant, which led us to this. That we need to get into the Unseen University. Something to do with the books and the Octarine board.
What have we got? Occult primer, monster fun grimoire, Fulamyth, the theory of thaumic imponderability, lost temples of the great Nev.
Ponderability.
I was pretty sure I'd learned all I was going to learn from using my wolf senses here.
Ah.
Oh?
I tried to write on the Octarine board with the chalk, but I couldn't see what I was writing. The chalk marks were invisible to my eyes. I was pretty sure...
I mean, pretty much the books that are in here are the same as on the board.
Yeah.
So we need to just change what book they need. But how do we write on it? Because we can't see what we're writing.
That is a good question.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Maybe we have information here somewhere that we can use.
Two conkers had told me that the pendant I'd found in the sewers had the same design as the seal of the temple of Anu Anu in the city of Alkali.
There we go.
I altered one of the subjects on the board, switching the Great Nev for Alkali. Now all I had to do was see if anyone took the bait.
Ooh.
Maybe that'll do it.
See?
Let's go here for a second. And now go back. Nope. Over here, Lewton. Book on temples. It's changed.
Oh.
A copy of frescoes and fatal traps of the temples of Alkali miraculously appeared after I changed the Octarine board. I guess the students took their studies more seriously than I thought, but fortunately they still didn't have much idea what it was they were studying most of the time.
I mean, that's the same book that we found in the Uberwald library, but it had that one page missing.
I had a feeling I wasn't going to get away with stealing the book. The pendant's design matched the one in the book for the seal of the temple of Anu Anu at Alkali. The temple was famed for its intricate door mechanism, and the book described how to manipulate the seal to open the temple doors. I used the same method on the pendant, and it opened with a faint click. Inside was a small piece of paper with names on it. One name leapt out at me. Therma. I decided to keep the list to myself.
Oh.
Kill list? I would imagine.
I'd found a list of 8 names in the pendant. The name that stood out was Therma's.
What about the other 7?
They don't stand out.
Apparently. Therma is the third one on the list there.
The others are just stand-ins.
The names on the list.
Ah, Mooncalf.
Mooncalf.
Huh? Warb.
Satrap. Therma. Coom. Gelid. Warb. Foyd. And Kondo. Some I recognized. Some were strangers to me. The question was, what did they have in common? Why did someone have a list of their names, and how did they get it into the pendant?
I mean, that means that they're all worshippers of Anu Anu, so even Warb is a worshipper of Anu Anu. Didn't think that he would be one. Huh. Let's go show this list to Mooncalf, since his name is on it.
Yeah, since we can't talk to Warb, that's a good idea.
He's the only one that is on the list that might have some information for us. And we're onto him, but I don't know how, but we're onto him.
I have some more questions.
Ask them, if you must.
And welcome back, Gabriel.
Welcome back, Gabriel.
I wasn't about to reveal that I had the list to Mooncalf. I had a feeling that would be suicide. But perhaps I could use it to trap him. Someone told me that you know Therma.
Indeed. And who might that have been?
It's not important. Is she part of your cult?
No. No, she's not.
But you know her.
No. I've never met her.
I see. What about Satrap?
Are you intending to bore me with a list of people's names? I haven't time for this tomfoolery. I must preach the gospel of Anu Anu.
Thy kingdom Coom and all that.
Yes, indeed.
Thy kingdom
clearly
Coom.
Unsettled him mentioning Coom. Now I just needed to sit back and watch what he got up to.
Oh.
Even got crossed over. I don't need to ask about the Anu Anu anymore.
I have some more questions.
My time belongs to the god Anu Anu, and I'd thank you not to waste it.
Ah.
Well, I'll be on my way.
I'll be here should you choose to repent. Did I tell you that we're giving away free tea towels to anyone who joins this week?
Yeah, every time. I wonder if we need to go into the behind of this place and look at him through the window.
I mean, that is a possibility.
Either I was going over to the temple or I wasn't. That's all there was to it.
Alright. Hey, gas powder. Where does this lead? Oh. Oh! Oh!
Oh.
There's a troll. That's Therma, probably. Most likely.
I was on the
It
other
could
side
be.
of the stained glass window with some kind of angel on it.
And a pizza. Yeah, that's definitely a troll.
There were two silhouettes at the window. One was definitely Mooncalf. The other looked like a troll. I could just about make out that Mooncalf was saying something, but I couldn't make out what.
I will say, I'm not certain it's gonna be Therma.
Yeah, it could be somebody else. I mean, it could be Sapphire.
That seems more likely to me, simply because I have a feeling Therma is not gonna be a troll.
Yeah,
I don't remember from the first time you played it, but there's something about having to find Therma and it's only trolls referring to Therma. That means I have a nagging suspicion that it's gonna be something dubious.
Yeah, I've got the same feeling. I had that feeling as well when we were investigating Malachite's death. Because even the gargoyle said that it didn't look like a troll who killed him. Like, trolls don't turn into werewolves. Do you remember? Let me think. Do I remember? I think I do. I think I do remember. It's been a long time since I played this, so I'm not too sure.
I mean, my track record of these kind of things are not too great, because the first time I read... Oh god, which one was it? I think it's Thud, that makes reference of the King of Trolls, also called Mr. Shine. Him Diamond, they keep saying. I thought it was a human or something, and it turned out to be a troll made of diamond, which means his brain doesn't overheat because he refracts light instead of absorbing it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's actually able to think. But I thought it was a human. It wasn't.
I mean, I do have.
I like the way you ask Gabriel. Like it's kind of conspiratorially. Like, do you remember? Do you? And then me neither.
I mean, I do have a suspicion about Therma, but I don't remember exactly.
This was the other side of the window behind Mooncalf.
Mooncalf.
Cough.
Mooncalf. I mean, sometimes you can hear that he goes in more British than American.
Mooncalf.
Mooncalf. Mooncalf.
It's gonna be more and more ridiculous the longer we say it.
I could just about make out that Mooncalf was saying something, but I couldn't make out what.
How can we listen onto them? If we can listen to them.
That's a good question.
Thank you, Julian. Looking up hints. Oh, right. Duh. I mean, we can't hear it. In human form.
Oh.
The trail
Oh, yeah, of
led
course.
to the Temple of Small Gods. Then I lost it.
So the murderer has been here.
This was the other side. With my sharpened wolf senses, I could hear what Mooncalf was saying to the troll.
And I think we may have to do something about it. We will have a meeting of the true believers after this evening's sermon.
Sure thing, boss.
Oh,
You want I should go now?
That's a new troll.
No. You keep an eye on Lewton
That could
if
be
you can.
Coom.
I'll go back to the sanctuary and
could
leave a
be.
message for the others.
Sanctuary.
Got it, boss.
Sanctuary.
The true believers.
As in the believers of Anuanu.
Yeah.
True believers meeting.
I'd overheard something interesting at the window of the Temple of Small Gods. Something about a meeting of the true believers.
But where could this sanctuary be?
I'm back.
Good boy.
The High Priest
It
of
feels so
Anuanu
wrong.
mentioned something about a meeting of the true believers. Mean anything to you?
Not really. I'm not really up on religious politics. Look, I'm a dog, right? We don't do the religion thing.
Thanks for your help,
Except you
Gaspo.
believe in Big Fido.
I live to serve you, master. Just a few pounds of raw steak is all I ask.
Well, there's always Meliclips.
True.
I need you. I overheard Mooncalf talking about a meeting of the true believers. I'd really like to know what that was about.
It's tough to find out what the cult of Anu is up to.
Is there any way I could listen in to one of Mooncalf's sermons?
The sermons don't take place here. They hold them in the inner sanctum.
The inner sanctum?
It's the center of worship here in the Temple of Small Gods.
How come? I mean, there are a vast number of gods and goddesses that the temple has to provide for. Are you telling me they all have to share one room for the services?
Absolutely. High priests are always complaining that so-and-so was hogging the sanctum all morning, or that such and such left hair at the bottom of the holy font.
Ew.
It causes a lot of tension around the temple.
Can you get me in there? I'd like to have a look around.
I could arrange to have the sanctum for a while if I told them I had a follower, but I don't.
I guess we need to become a follower of Errata.
Seems so.
So if I agree to be your follower, you can get us into the inner sanctum.
Yes, I can. But you wouldn't really be my follower. The followers of Errata don't follow each other. We don't even follow Errata. We follow our own ways.
So why is there a Church of Errata at all?
You're learning, Lewton. Keep thinking like that and you'll go far in the church.
Okay.
So can you get me into the inner sanctum?
I can, provided we can find a time when the cult of Anu aren't there.
Are mooncalfs lot in there often?
All the time. And that's not all either. He sneaks away after each one. I think they've got a secret sanctuary somewhere.
I'd like to find that.
Actually, I'd quite like you to find it too.
Can't resist a secret, eh?
No, I'd just like to get in the way of everything Mooncalf does. Him and his big evangelical budget and hordes of out-of-tune followers singing and chanting at all hours of the day. He's gonna get his comeuppance, and anything I can do to speed it up suits me fine.
Hell
So
yeah.
you'll help me?
Wait here. I'll go and make the arrangements.
It took a while, but eventually Malaclips got me into the inner sanctum. Malaclips stayed by the door to warn me if anyone was coming.
Interesting small inner sanctum in here.
Yeah. It looks kind of nice.
Simplistic, but it's spacious enough. Then again, it's a small god, so there wouldn't be that many people at a time.
Exactly.
There were small stained glass windows in the inner sanctum depicting the story of how a valiant mortal, pure and gentle, was cruelly tricked, taunted, and tortured by the gods. Just for a laugh.
Just for a laugh.
Just for a
right.
laugh. Ordered a later delivery of a very spicy kebab. Double meat. Marit told me to treat myself. Sometimes you gotta treat yourself. Like the other day I got myself a pizza. Because why not?
There wasn't much I could do to the windows. The inner sanctum sported a beautiful lectern. The plaque said it was donated to the temple by Mr. Fedean, of the militant servitors of Ikebana, goddess of topiary. Searching, I discovered there was a cavity in the base of the lectern.
Of course, Ikebana. We actually had a branch of it was topiary sellers, as in for flowers, bushes, and every kind of other stuff that was named Ikebana. I think a bigger company bought them at one point because they vanished.
Game.
There was one Ikebana, a small Ikebana store at my street where I lived as a kid.
Oh.
It was right at the end of the road. That's where my mom used to go get sunflowers. But then we would go to the bigger Ikebana to get if we wanted bushes and such. Always lube up when you're searching the cavity in the lectern. Yes.
With a paranoid like Malaclips at the door, this wasn't a good time to become a werewolf.
True.
The space under the lectern was large enough to fit a whole person inside. Unfortunately, there wasn't much room to move inside. And to my embarrassment, I got stuck.
Lewton! They're coming! Hide!
I'm way ahead of you, Malaclips.
Dearly beloved,
Now put a
we
match
are
between
gathered
his
together
toes
in
and
the
light
sight
it
of
up.
our God, Anu, to speak of our devotion to the Anointed One at this, our time of need. But before today's sermon, I'd like to read from the cult bulletin for a moment. Firstly, there's a jumble sale next Saturday to raise funds to buy a fresh goat to sacrifice. We'd appreciate it if as many cultists as possible could attend. We don't want to have to sacrifice another pigeon. It hardly befits a deity
Sacrifice
of
a
the illustrious
pigeon.
wonder of Anu to be sacrificed another of Mrs. Jerboam's gerbils either. Yes, I know they breed like flies, but that's not the point.
The sermon was one of the most tedious things I'd ever had to listen to. And as if that wasn't bad enough, then the hymns started. Why the gods wanted to listen to such droning monotony was a mystery to me, but I suspected they just liked to make the mortals suffer.
See ya, Gabriel.
See you later.
And also, they sacrificed gerbils and pigeons because they couldn't afford a goat.
The temptation to sink something sharp into Mooncalf's feet was getting very hard to resist.
Like I said, just put a match between his toes and light it up. This is all automatic. I got nothing to do here.
I tried to follow Mooncalf, but he moved quickly and his scent was rapidly swallowed up by the stench of the Ankh.
Darn. I think we need to put something on his feet so we can follow that stench or smell. But what could we use?
It all looked like junk to me.
Sorry about disappearing. My wife came home.
Ah,
They have
I tried to
returned.
write on the chalk mark.
after the sermon was done, we tried to follow Mooncalf, but the stench of the Ankh covered his tracks. So what we need to do is put some scent on his boots so we can follow him.
Ooh.
I was thinking that we could pick up some chalk because octarine is such a special scent, but apparently can't
That's a
follow
good
that.
idea.
Can't follow that because I can't pick up any chalk. So we need to find somewhere where we can find a smell we can use. Something that we can spread on his shoes. Where have we been? Where is a strong scent that I can pick up and rub on his shoes?
Or make him step in.
I mean, it's his boots when we're in the lectern, so we just rub it on them. Somehow, or
all right.
pour it on them. So we need to find something. The most weird and decadent dish I've ever heard of is hummingbird tongue meatballs. Takes like 100 tongues to make one meatball. Why would somebody kill that many hummingbirds just to get their tongue? That's disgusting. Fucking bougie bastards. First they wanted tiny eggs, now they want to kill tiny cute birds just to get their tongues to make a meatball.
I'll quote my grandfather, who was asked about one dish is calf's tongue. You know, from a cow, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And he was asked if he liked it or not, and he said, I don't eat something that's already been in the mouth.
That makes sense. I tried to go to Octarine Parrot to see if I could get like a perfume from Sapphire's dressing room, but no.
Oh, yeah.
That was an idea. What else is there? Think. Think. Maybe we could talk to Carlotta and ask her if she's got any perfume.
I'd like to see Carlotta.
Oh.
Is she home?
I will go and announce your presence, and she will tell me if she is.
Her scent is quite vivid as well.
Hey, Targor.
You're up late.
I can never sleep after I've been stabbed to death.
What did you want to talk about?
Until I was sure I could trust her, there were some things I didn't want to discuss with Carlotta. And
Damn.
frankly, I wondered if I'd ever really trust her.
Well.
I'll be in touch.
I'll be waiting.
Okay, so no perfume from her.
Could we get Gasboat to rub himself on the boots? Just because he has a quite distinctive smell as well.
Let's see.
I'm back.
Good boy.
That will not stop being funny. A dog telling
No.
you, good boy.
The High Priest of Anu Anu mentioned something about a meeting of the true believers. Mean anything to you?
Look, we...
Thanks for your...
I...
The smell of gas...
I already have Gasboat's smell, but...
The scent of a woman around... Something had passed through the cemetery and left a very strange trail. I followed the magenta scent with a certain sense of grim inevitability. I already knew...
Yeah, that was the murderer. Led us to his death site. Yet again, stumped. This act is hard on the puzzles.
Yeah, it really is.
So how do we get to the sanctuary? When the service ends, Mooncalf bolts and you try to follow, but his scent isn't strong enough for you to track him over the stench of the Ankh. Yep.
So we need something that, you know, disturbs the scent of the Ankh to the point that we can follow it.
Or increase the stench of mooncalf.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all the cosmetics in here with Sapphire, but he just said that it's all junk.
It all looked like junk to me.
Aha!
The cyan stench was coming from a bottle of perfume.
We had to look for the bottle of perfume. So now we can probably use it.
Also, hey Tarkor, hey Sandpact.
Troll perfume. Dot. Period. Why does that have a period?
There was a hint of an apple-colored scent in the air.
Oh, apple is the scent of either. Didn't we already have a figure out the apple? Oh, there it is. That might be Sapphire's natural smell.
I guess the apple-colored scent belonged to Mankin.
All right, so it's Mankin. Mankin smells like apple. Oh.
Oh, nice.
There's the perfume.
The perfume was something called KC2, obviously intended for trolls.
KC2. There. So now we can put that on his feet. And we can finally follow him. Oh, do I need to talk to Malaclips again to get in there? Alright.
That's a good question. I wouldn't know.
I need your help again, Malaclips.
I'll play on CK1. Is that like a Calvin Klein perfume?
Yeah, it is.
Ah.
I need to get back into the inner sanctum.
I'll see what I can do. Provided you are still following in the ways of Errata, of course.
Of course.
And hey, Sandback. Right. It hasn't even started yet and they're howling. There you go. Just a little bit of perfume.
Mooncalf's feet with Sapphire's trawl perfume. That should make the little psychopath a little easier to follow.
And now we want you, Lewton, to walk out of here.
Just how riveting.
Also, you have a new nickname, Etelta, according to Zampak.
Oh, thank you.
Sapphire's perfume cut through the stench of the river like a trawl wading through a dwarf street rally. The bright reek led into the shades, the oldest and most dangerous part of the city.
Ooh. We're in the shades.
Oh.
As a werewolf.
As a wolf, I listened to what the so-called true believers were saying through one of the windows of the sanctuary.
Greetings, brethren. I call to order this extraordinary general meeting of the secret cabal of the true believers of Anu.
Quite the title.
You smell nice tonight, boss.
What?
What is that? KC2?
What are you blathering about, Foyd? Anyway, I see we're all present.
The troll is called
Therma
Foyd.
not present, boss.
Therma has to keep a low profile at the moment. Do not concern yourselves with her absence.
Why should Therma have such special status?
I have important business of my own to be doing, and these interruptions aid no one.
Quiet, satrap. Mooncalf wouldn't have called us together if it wasn't important.
That's warm.
Indeed not.
Yeah.
There is an investigator, a Mr. Lewton, who's been asking worrying questions. I think he may know about Nylon Ethertep.
Ooh.
I do now. I still say this is madness. There must be a better way to glorify our beloved Anu without taking such risks.
You always were the spineless one, Coombe.
Silence, Kondo. As chairman, I will not permit such disputes when the meeting of true believers has just been called to order.
When can we have a dispute?
It can wait until we reach any other business.
Damn.
Shh! What is it?
I heard something outside.
They say bravery is what tells the men from the boys. Well, I was a wolf, so I figured I could be brave and still run away.
All right. Nylonatep.
Nylonathatep, even.
There. Nylonathatep. Quite the name.
Mooncalf's cultists had
It's
mentioned Nylon Ethertep, but at first I didn't know what it meant.
Of course, it's a spin on Nyarlathotep.
I prefer nylon. I wonder what the Discworld equivalent would be of Cthulhu.
Something from the Necro-Telecomnicon.
Maybe it would be like Cat Cthulhu. He's just a giant cat.
Could be.
So, who could we go ask about this? Should we try the board again? Or first the library at the Von Ubewald?
Let's try the library.
Who would Sarah like to see this time?
Not who, a what, please?
I'd very.
Also, the Necro-Telecomnicon is also known as the Liber Paginarum Fulvarum, which basically means the Book of Yellow Pages.
Of course. So it's just yellow pages.
Yeah.
Alright.
The Necro-Telecomnicon was
Hey.
a book that legend spoke of, saying that any mortal man who read it would be driven insane. I learnt about it from a copy of Necro-Telecomnicon discussed for students with practical experiments that I found in the library. In this tome, there is a description of the old dark gods of the Disc, including the terrible Laddering Holler.
Laddering Horror.
Apparently, Nylon Ethertep was once summoned by a series of 8 murders, forming a perfect octagram,
Ooh.
focused at the center of the Circle C, thus releasing it from the sunken city of Leshp, where he was trapped, along with drunken Cthulhu Bapalulu.
Cthulhu
The
Bapalulu.
book speculated about the whereabouts of Nylon Ethertep
There's
now,
their
but beyond
Cthulhu.
him being safely imprisoned somewhere around the Circle C, it drew no conclusions.
So it is ritual. All these murders.
Yeah.
To summon Nylon.
Nyarlathotep.
Yeah.
In the past, an octagram of murders had been involved in summoning Nylon Ethertep.
An octagram of murders. If we put that there, there's the Yonsei University. Merchants Guild. It doesn't really draw an octagram.
Have there been 8 murders yet?
6.
Ah, so they're missing 2.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I mean, there's the merchant, the patrician's clerk, and the wizard. Then there was Reagan, Mundi,
Malachite.
and Malachite, yeah. So it's only just 2 missing. I'm sure that Therma was one of the targets, but they didn't kill Therma, so that's why Therma is keeping a low profile. So who knows who the 8th victim would have been. Oh. I might be getting my book tomorrow. So, who do we go ask about more about this?
Someone was definitely following me.
Who would Sir like to see this time?
I'd like to...
Very well.
Who would be following us?
That's a good question.
Let's go see about the octagram. If there's any info about this in the library.
I looked up the Octagram of Murders in the library, but I could only find the entry I'd already seen in Necrotelecomnicon discussed for students.
Necrotelecomnicon. What a great name. The Eldritch Yellow Pages. Malaclips, you got any information about this ancient god?
Heard of Nylonathotep?
Do not say that name so loudly.
Why not?
There are some names you simply do not wish to speak without taking proper precautions. No, don't say that word to me ever again.
Does an Octagram of Murders mean anything to you?
It means death and torment to everyone around it.
That's encouraging.
Very encouraging.
I'll have to...
I mean, pretty much what we need to do is now find more information about the murders, so we can tie it all together. And we just found out about the merchant, we found about the wizard. The only one that we don't know about is the clerk. I mean, we know how they came to the palace in the wine barrel.
Yep.
Maybe that's the way that we sneak in there too. Since there's constant deliveries. Let's see if this works.
That's a good idea.
All right. We're sneaking into the palace.
I had a long wait, but it paid off.
Ooh. Anybody want some meat?
The wine barrels had allowed me to break into the palace. It didn't speak too highly of the palace's security, but I wasn't complaining. The storeroom was filled with boxes of food and supplies. I guess even the patrician had to eat every now and then. My killer had definitely been here. The scent of red wine wasn't as strong as in the cellar, but it was still noticeable.
Let's go search around. Nice. Look at this place.
Ooh.
Interesting
Like
music.
fancy.
Interesting music.
Yeah.
I guess they didn't have an open door policy. Locked. I guess they didn't have an open...
That horn.
Yep.
How big are these rooms and there's doors like this close to each other?
The double doors were more
like
stately than the
closets.
others leading from the hall. I reckoned that it led to the oblong office, the patrician's personal sanctum.
Oblong office.
Yep.
Nice reference.
That's at least mentioned in a couple of books.
I could hear a conversation on the other side of the door, but I couldn't quite make out what was being said.
Well, there's one way to find out.
The only noticeable scent in the hallway was someone's trail which led to the double doors.
Navy scent. That might be vines.
Definitely the same scent.
Could be.
As a wolf, my hearing was dramatically improved. I could recognize one of the voices as Commander Vimes, and the other voice had the calculating tones of
We're actually
Lord
going to hear the
Vetinari,
patrician.
the patrician of Ankh-Morpork.
Are you any closer to a solution for our mutual problem?
No, sir. I've been occupied.
Indeed. And what could occupy you?
There was a string of copycat killings. I've been trying to solve them.
And have you?
No. My lead suspect was killed.
That is very unfortunate.
Lead suspect.
It certainly was for Lewton.
Oh.
So there has been no progress in determining who killed Cypher.
Cypher?
Not as such.
I had been given to understand that this was precisely the situation you were well equipped to handle.
So Cypher is the
I
clerk.
will solve this case, sir. You can count on me.
Do you recall what I said the city reminds me of?
You said it reminds you of a clock, sir.
Indeed. Big wheels and little wheels, all turning at different speeds to keep the machine working. That, after all, is the most important thing.
Good analogy.
The machine keeps going.
You've told me this before.
Do you know why it keeps working?
Because you want it to keep working?
I'm flattered that you think I have such importance. But no, it keeps running because the people believe it will keep running. Faith. is a powerful force.
There is a point to this, sir?
I always have a point. Sometimes it's sharper than others.
I'm sorry. Continue.
One of my clerks has been found face down in a vat of wine, and that makes it appear as if the administration has lost control.
And the administration is me, right?
We are all the administration. You do the work, and I take both the credit and the blame. Provided I do not take the blame, I am content. I trust I make myself clear.
Perfectly.
Suddenly, I could smell blood. It filled up my senses like a night in a forest. Except a night in a forest didn't make me want to tear someone's throat out. I didn't know whether the guard had cut himself or if I was just developing a healthy bloodlust, like any young werewolf.
Oh no.
But I couldn't control myself. The next thing I knew, I was in my office.
Lewton just killed the guard.
I had no idea how I got there, how I got my coat out of the palace, or where I'd got a traffic cone from. It had been that sort of night. I was sitting at my desk, thinking over the case, when there was a knock at the door.
I understand you've been a busy boy,
Assassin?
Lewton.
It's a busy life when you're a private investigator. Plus, you get to see interesting foreign places and learn a trade.
There was a commotion at the palace last night. Perhaps you know about it?
What goes on at the palace has nothing to do with me.
Indeed it is not. And if, for some reason, you did take an interest in the palace, I'm sure you would not be so foolish as to be caught breaking into the palace.
Of course not. Think I'm suicidal?
Strange you should say that. I heard you'd been killed.
I expect you hear a lot of things that aren't true. I bet someone has to explain them to you using very small words.
The thing is, the intruder at the palace appears to have been a werewolf.
There's a lot of that around this time of year, I understand. Must be the moon.
I paid
This
my
time of year
respects
symbol. Yep.
to your grave.
Oh, that was nice of you.
It was empty.
Oh, you know how it is. I get claustrophobic in narrow spaces.
So, do werewolves, perhaps?
I wouldn't know about that.
Remember when I said how disappointed I was that I couldn't take you out for free?
Oh, that was a very touching sentiment.
Well, Lord Vetinari has generously offered to pay for the inhumation of last night's intruder.
He has a big heart.
It's a shame no one can find it.
Was there a point to your visit?
I was just passing through. Thought you might benefit from my advice.
How generous of you.
Well, I'll be on my way.
The door's behind you. I can explain how to use it if you want.
Watch your steps, Lewton. I will be.
Great. Oh, we got an assassin on our ass. So that's the person who was following us, probably.
That would make sense.
Oh boy.
I'd overheard
You too,
the
Gunfutsu.
patrician and Vimes talking about the murder of the clerk at the palace. Apparently the man's name was Cypher, and he'd been drowned in a vat of wine. There
What a
are
way to
worse
go.
ways to go, I guess.
Even though we got the merchant's name, he didn't put it down, so we need to find out who the merchant is or how he died.
Yeah.
Where
There's
did
an old joke about a worker on a, it's called a beer brewery who died drowning in a vat. And one of his colleagues has the unfortunate obligation to go and tell his wife. And he tells her that, fortunately, your husband fell into one of the large vats of beer and has sadly drowned. And the wife, through tears, asks, did he suffer much? The man goes, suffer? No, I mean, he was out to pee 4 times.
Who would say I like to
Anyway.
see this time?
Anyway, I would like to see Death.
Can
The
I
Count.
see the Count? Still here, I see.
In a
In a
sense.
sense. I like the voice that Death has in these games.
Yeah.
I mean, when we were sharing quotes of the Discworld books in our messages earlier, when I put that quote about death, I read it as his voice.
Yep. I hear it either as Nigel Planer, because I like the way he does it, and I think it might be Nigel Planer here.
I think it is.
Or I hear it as Peter Serafinovich, who is the new one, and he's great as well.
Ooh.
Do you know anything about Cypher's murder?
I already told you that I cannot discuss the details of my work with you.
How about the merchant's murder?
According to the gatekeeper at the Merchants Guild, nobody witnessed Gaimin's stabbing.
Gaimin wasn't stabbed.
Haha! Gotcha.
Really? How did he die?
He was strangled.
Thanks.
Bugger.
Blast.
No, actually, it's Rob Brydon.
Oh, that's Rob Brydon? That's Death?
Yeah.
Cool.
I just looked it up, and now that I know, I can actually hear it.
Between the gatekeeper of the Merchants Guild and Death, I'd learned that the murdered merchant's name was Gaimin, and that he'd been strangled in the guild house. Thanks for filling in the missing pieces about Gaimin's murder.
I'd deem it a favor if you forgot that I told you.
Don't worry, we won't tell anybody. Because nobody would believe us. There's a fruiting plant outside my shop, and I guess it's been fruiting long enough for the berries to fall and ferment. There's a bunch of drunk birds in the parking lot right now. It's half funny and half sad. It's funny to see animals being drunk from eating fermented fruit. Like, I've seen videos of deer eating fermented apple and then they start stumbling around because they get drunk from it. I've seen even squirrels.
Squirrels is great.
One of the best videos I've seen, a squirrel has eaten a fermented apple and then they start running up like a hill, but they go so slow, like they think that they're going really fast, but they're actually just taking like half an inch step every time.
Yep.
So freaking drunk. It's fun.
And sliding back down and wondering what happened.
I'm sure we'll meet again.
It's a great one.
Be certain of it.
Now we need to just connect it all. Like...
That sounds like an old school game. Connect it all!
Yeah. Not a Connect 4, but connect it all. How do we connect these murders together? Something to do with the octagram that we now found out. There's definitely a ritualistic murder going on here. Can I use this with the other hints? Sounds like a medication. Connect it all. Yep.
Was the murder part of some gruesome new octagram? I couldn't honestly tell if there was a connection.
There has to be a
Vines
connection.
had mentioned the counterweight killings to me back in Mundy's room. Apparently there had been a string of weird ritualistic murders in the city.
There it is. That's the connection. Ritualistic.
Was the murder part of some gruesome new octagram? Was the murder... I couldn't see any real evidence of a connection to Mr. Al-Khali. There didn't seem to be any obvious connection to Carlotta.
Dry elbows, knees ringing, do your bones buzz, try connect it all. So it's gonna connect all the diseases together, so you can feel it all at the same time.
Look out for fussy earwax.
An octagram of murders could summon the laddering horror. For some reason, that made me very nervous.
I wonder.
Mm-hmm.
You say there have been 6 killings. There's actually been 7.
7.
Except we aren't really dead.
True. We would be the 7th.
I wonder if Lewton counts as number 7.
Maybe. I mean, right now, I'm trying to think that if we can connect these murders together to the octagram, maybe we can find out where the middle piece is, like where the city of Leshp should be.
Leshp. Somewhere in the sea. Probably.
I mean, this, this building next to the Pseudopolis yard, that looks like it's in the middle of everything.
It does.
So maybe once we connect all of them together, this will open and we can go there?
It's a possibility.
But how do we connect it all? Like, we already know about all the murders, how they were killed. Even we got killed.
They were keeping their distance, but I managed to briefly catch sight of the dwarf who was
Al-Khali is following us.
Oh.
Can I actually take this out like this? Go outside and use it on the map? No. We need to find a map of Ankh-Morpork. Have we seen a map? There's the sanctuary. Anybody home? Oh! I found the map!
Oh!
I was just wondering, where is a map? Oh, there it is. Nice
The
fresco.
sanctuary was decorated with a strange and disturbing fresco.
Nothing disturbing about that.
Closely examining the fresco, I could see that one of the symbols made a frequent appearance.
You mean the symbol with the eye in the middle?
Probably.
The recurring symbol on the fresco was like a distorted star with an eye in the center. I wasn't sure what it was. I made a sketch of the symbol in my notebook.
We'll have to look that up in the library. 2 notes? Probably the drawing and description of it.
Ah. Or the 2 drawings.
Strange symbol.
Ah.
I wanted to find out what the strange symbol in the sanctuary meant. For some reason, the cultists had a map of Ankh-Morpork in the sanctuary.
That's the same map when we find a new location. Let's see if we connect this to that.
If there was an octagram of murders taking place in the city, it might help to find out exactly where each murder took place.
Maybe we already know. I'm gonna go check what this symbol means before I do this.
Who would Sarah like to see this time?
I would like to see Mr. Library, please.
I'd like to...
Very...
Any information about strange symbols? And I'm not talking about an instrument.
I found the obscure star-like symbol in the Necrotelecomnicon discussed for students.
Of course.
It called it the sign of the eel, or the Elver sign. It was apparently a protective ward against some of the older, darker gods of the Discworld. The tome also explained how to inscribe one, the order of tracing being very important. Not that I believed any of this mumbo-jumbo, but hey, you can't afford to be too careful, right?
True.
So far, the story of this is a combination of noir, H.P. Lovecraft, and the 2 Discworld books, The Fifth Elephant and Jingo. Since we're looking for the lost island of Leshp.
I mean, it was mentioned in the Wikipedia when I looked up about Discworld Noir that they said that the inspirations was The Fifth Elephant and Jingo.
And I know my Discworld.
Yeah, and then they just added some unique stuff to the game, like Lewton and Private Eye and the whole Swordian thing.
The symbol I'd found in the sanctuary was the ancient Elver sign, which apparently was a ward against the old dark gods of the Discworld.
Alright, let's go back to the sanctuary and see if we can connect these murders to this octagram. This is gonna be tedious.
It seems like it.
One by one, marking them down on the map. I also like it that you can actually see the circles on the map when he draws them.
Oh yeah.
And also I see that I can hear that somebody left the water running.
I knew precisely where 4 murders had taken place. I needed more information. I had found the precise location of 5 murders. I needed to know more.
Well, there's the 6th. Malachite. I wonder if that's enough.
Probably not.
The murders were marking out a perfect octagram, just like the one that had been used to free Nylonathotep from sunken Leshp centuries ago. If I was right, there would be 2 more murders. One in Dagon Street and one in the Wizard's Pleasance. If I knew which one was next, I could stake it out. In the center of the octagram was the Disc Theater, which almost certainly meant some kind of cosmic evil was entombed there. I can't say I was enthusiastic at the thought of checking it out.
Disc Theater?
Yeah, you know what it's a joke on?
I think so. I'm not too sure.
What do you think?
I don't know, my mind went empty.
It's in London. There's a famous old play stage called The Globe.
Ah, yeah, Globe. Yes.
So of course, this is the disc.
Disc, yeah. I like it that it's a disc with a Y, because poor literacy is cool. Who is leaving me a message in food and recipes? Oh, Lisa. Never mind.
Well.
Talking about baking blueberry muffins, oat blueberry muffins for breakfast. Yeah. The Disc Theater.
The city's center of thespian excellence, the Disc Theater, was situated on the Isle of Gods, not far from Pseudopolis Yard.
Isle of Gods? I didn't know that was called that.
That's the middle part.
Dagon Street was a small, inconsequential alley in downtown Morpork. The Pleasance was part of Unseen University, nestled against the River Ankh and cut off from the city by a wall. The cultist sanctuary was deep in the shades. My office.
Should we visit the theater first before trying these places?
Let's.
Everyone on the disc knows the legend of Eleanor of Tsot. Or at least everyone knows a legend of Eleanor of Tsot.
That's the beginning.
Or Krinix. Or El Harib.
That's the story
Ask
from
most
the start.
people And they'll tell you that she was the cause of the Tsotian Wars. Of course, ask most people, and they'll tell you the patrician is a kind and benevolent man. Never trust what most people tell you. The real cause of the Tsotian Wars was a little-known goddess called Errata.
Hey, don't end there. It's a lot longer story that I read in the beginning.
The stage, where performers go up in front of a drunken crowd and sell their dignity to earn enough money to barely live on. It made me think that all the discs a stage and all the people players. Unfortunately, I felt like I'd been cast as an extra in my own life story.
All the discs a stage, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a flyer left behind on one of the seats.
Disc Theater presents.
I'd picked up the theater flyer from the Disc Theater. It told me about the plays in the Disc's current season. The 8 plays in sequence were The Happy Prince of Copperhaven, Antilogy and Clefatara,
Happy
Kensington,
Prince of Copperhaven,
The King of Ankh, The Leering King, The Tyrant, Truculus and Cressylic, and Titus Diplodocus. The flyer didn't tell me anything about them, though.
Titus Diplodocus.
I mean, Happy King of Copenhagen is definitely Hamlet. Just
absolutely
happier story. I wonder how many people actually know that Hamlet is based in Denmark.
Hopefully some.
I mean, I do. That's why I said it.
Oh, that's why.
The moon over Dagon Street lit the rundown alley. It didn't look like anyone was around. It was as abandoned as the Octarine Parrot on open stage night.
Nice moon. How does the moon and the sun cycle work on Discworld?
Magic.
Ah.
Seriously.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The disc has a magic field and the sun just is pulled, I think. If I remember correctly.
One of the shops in the street was called the Three Jolly Luck Takeaway Fish Bar. I remembered that name from somewhere. Something to do with Mr. Hong. I remember he went missing somehow. The abandoned fish bar was boarded up tight.
Fish bar. Is it like a sushi bar, or do you have drinks with fish in it?
That's a good question.
Let's go check.
Also a question I don't want answers to.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'd pulled away the boards was an open window.
You can barely see anything because of the sunshine from outside.
Ah.
The fish bar was littered with assorted debris.
I wonder how long this place has been closed.
The fish bar
Long
was
enough.
full of cooking pots. Only to be expected, I guess.
Okay, so it was a food place. Good.
Oh.
There was a disturbing dark magenta scent in the fish bar. Something that resonated with cosmic evil. It scared me. It scared me that anything could have such a disturbing scent. And it scared me that I could tell what color cosmic evil was.
Have you seen dark magenta before?
I think we have.
The dark magenta scent was like nothing I had ever smelled. It terrified me.
Well, Carlotta is magenta, but this is dark magenta, so it's different. Yeah. Almost the same. Just darker. Alright. We got the smell of cosmic evil. Let's go check the Wizard's Pleasance then.
The Wizard's Pleasance was a small, newt-haunted meadow in a horseshoe bend in
Newt-haunted?
inside the grounds of the Unseen University, separated from it but connected to the university gardens by the Bridge of Sighs. On summer evenings, if the wind is blowing towards the river, it is a nice area for a stroll.
Bridge of Sighs? That's the name that they gave it.
The Pleasance was full of dense bushes.
Lewton, you okay? Lewton, are you gonna go look at the wall? Lewton? I think he got stuck.
Looks like it.
Lewton! Stop getting stuck on the freaking bushes.
The Pleasance was cut off from the city by a tall exterior wall.
Okay, let's see what we find here. The
On
Ankh?
a good day, the Pleasance was apparently a nice place for a walk. Presumably today was not a good day. The smell of the Ankh was stronger by far. On a good day, the Pleasance was
So only just the light green stench here, which is the Ankh. Nothing else here.
I could hide in the bushes, but for how long? I'd need to know that the next murder was definitely going to be here before I did that.
Oh, it's the only place that makes sense, because the other one was just a abandoned shop. Unless I missed something here.
I didn't like to transform in the streets. You never knew who was watching.
Could be Al-Khali.
Could be.
And there's nothing else here, just this. How could we find out about the next murder? If anyway. Malaclips, do you have anything you could say about these things?
Does this symbol mean anything to you?
Yes. But I had best not discuss it with you.
Why not?
I don't want anyone who's listening in to know I know what it is.
That doesn't help me much.
I can't tell you everything, Lewton.
I mean, it shows that he knows what it is, just doesn't want to get into trouble.
True.
Smart man. He may seem crazy, but he's smart.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
I'll have to go. The
truth is out there. Huh. Mooncalf is gone.
Oh.
I wonder if I missed something at the sanctuary.
For some reason, the cultists had a map of Ankh-Morpork in the sanctuary.
Well, they need to know where the murder should take place.
I couldn't easily take the map, but I could use it to work out some things.
What if I used this on it?
The map couldn't help with that.
Okay. When you look at it, it coincides with the octagram.
Ooh.
So the eye is the disc theater. And the odd that the seal is against the dark god, so maybe they're not trying to summon a dark god, maybe they're actually trying to prevent it from being summoned.
Oh.
But if they're trying to do that, why are they killing people?
Question. Oh, that reminds me. I need my medicine. Hang on. I'll be right back.
Okay.
The scent of the troll perfume blotted out everything else in the sanctuary. Turning into a wolf wasn't something I was entirely... There was a lingering smell of purple in the corner. I was sure it was the same scent. There was some faint traces of a light blue scent in the corner of the cellar. The scent was very weak, and I didn't think I would be able to remember it very well.
Well, that's 2 conkers anyway. We know where he is. Speaking of, maybe he knows something about... Fascinating that they would leave this place open like this. I mean, it's the palace. Even though it's like the back door of it. Still, where are the guards? Maybe they're all inside now because of what happened earlier. Lewton getting bloodthirsty.
It always looked much easier in the clickies.
I'm wondering if these guys know anything about these.
Just a few more questions. I wouldn't to be knowing anything what that was about. I would...
Okay. No, stop asking about it. there's roll of paper.
Either of you heard of Nylon Athatep?
Probably
That's
not.
a familiar name. I believe that's the name of one of the old dark gods.
Do you know anything more about it?
Sorry, no.
I'd keep the list of... Do you know anything about the plays at the Disc Theater?
Yes, you can use it if you like.
You didn't listen to a word I just said, did you?
Be my guest.
I need to wait until Zelda's back. He needs to hear that.
What do you make of this perfume?
I am sorry, what did you say? I wasn't listening.
At least this time he's honest.
I had a feeling that the envelope wasn't...
You guys doing all right out there? Maybe in the meanwhile, I should look up a hint on what am I missing here. Dun, din, dun, dun, din.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
What? Sorry, I was a little distracted.
You're gonna get 2 for 1, Lord John. I mean, that's what the voice mod is called. 2 for 1.
I knew full well that asking either Leonard or 2 conkers about any of the murders would be a waste of time.
Uh-huh. They wouldn't know anything about any of that. And later, just him, I up in here. Pretty much does nothing. He doesn't know anything about those. I think it was a waste of time coming up here. At least they don't know anything about nothing. I see something in the shop. Actually, I didn't even check them properly. I think we need to go back to Dagon Street. Or Dagon Street. I wonder if Zelda also went to get some food. I mean, it is pretty much so much time, so enough. I didn't even notice he has changed his name to Ethelta on Discord now. He's not the voice anymore, now he's Ethelta, thanks to Zampak. I go at the Delta. I did go on a Delta. I mean, I'm sure that's what we would call a Delta. So a Delta would be a Delta.
What is that thing you're working on?
It's my flapping wing flying device.
Yeah,
I had put it to one side. But I had an inspiration and decided to go back to developing it.
What was the inspiration?
It occurred to me that if I modified my turning the wheel...
Will it... If we...
Great names.
What are the problems you're experiencing?
Mainly weight. If it is going to fly, it has to be light.
If you don't...
Well...
Come to... Could you...
I am... Still, I...
I already asked about all this before.
I decided to leave them to their work.
Yeah,
I
it's
doubted they even noticed I was gone.
I haven't out the day. There really isn't anything out here to check. Back to the Dagon Street. Can we do something about the sign?
I wasn't about to take the sign.
I mean, you could have taken it down. It's kind of annoying that it's still hanging there, even though the place is just closed. I should scour through this debris. There might be something here.
Amongst the debris, I found a bone that seemed a little out of place.
Yeah, I saw that bone too.
The bone seemed out of place somehow. I wasn't sure why. I didn't want to take the bone. It was bad enough that I'd been carrying around some dead troll's tooth all this time.
Yeah, but you don't have it anymore.
I didn't want it.
So what can we do about the bone? He's not gonna take it. Can we put it in the envelope?
The less I had to do with the bone, the better.
Maybe the bone belonged to the person who had this place, so maybe they were the first one to get killed for this whole thing. So it could be that the...
I doubled back on myself, trying to get a good look at the dwarf who was following me. It was Al-Khali.
There it is.
I slipped away into the streets before he realized I'd spotted him.
So Al-Khali really is following him. I had a feeling. Because he mentioned it was a dwarf. I wonder why Al-Khali would be following him, though. I mean, we've already ended our business with the forest. Turn. Dramatic piano. Too bad we cannot look at anything else around here, just a wall and bushes. I mean, I would like to see a description of this gazebo. If that even is a gazebo. I mean, it's shaped like a gazebo, but there's no seats or anything. And it looks like there's some kind of a fountain in the middle. Not gonna cross the bridge? Alright.
I could hide in the bushes, but for how long? I'd need to know that the next murder was definitely going to be here before I did that.
What am I missing? What am I missing? Did the pendant, went to the sanctuary. Did those...
I picked up the theater. It told me about the plays, and the flyer didn't. The 8 plays in sequence were the happy. The flyer.
8. 8 murders, 8 tragedies, and if they're like Shakespearean kinds of tragedies, then there's a lot of murder in them.
Who would sell?
It's a library.
I'd like to very.
Can I look up this flyer? Like all these plays.
I looked up Hwell in the library and found
Hwell.
his complete works. In there was a discussion of the 8 great tragedies, Hwell's bloodiest works. From the About the Author paragraph, I learned that Hwell was a dwarf who was banished from his tribe not only because of his claustrophobia, but because of his tendency to daydream. Both undesirable, to say the least, if you work in a mine. 102, and in the prime of his life for a dwarf, Hwell now worked for Vittler's Plays at the Disc Theatre as one of the premier playwrights of the day. The 8 great tragedies were given in great detail. 8 plays, each with a collection of murders, usually with one more particularly gruesome or grotesque than the others, presumably for use in publicity trailers. The publicity trailers helped draw people into the theater by being towed around town to display posters. There was something suspiciously familiar about some of those murders.
I am back, by the way.
Welcome back.
I've been back for a little while. I just caught the end of your voice mod.
Ah.
I've just been reading up on my medication in the meantime.
I'd learnt about the 8 Great Tragedies, a series of plays written by the dwarfish playwright Hwell, each featuring at least one outlandish murder. Something about the 8 Great Tragedies reminded me of recent events in Ankh-Morpork.
So these 8 tragedies are somehow inspiration for the murders, I'd say? Can we actually talk to the thespian? Privateer.
The pompous windbag on the stage was Privateer. He went beyond being a ham. He had 2 eggs, 5 mushrooms, and a gigantic rasher of bacon.
So not just ham, just 2 eggs, bacon, and everything.
That's pretty good. You've been acting long.
One is either born an actor, or one is never an actor.
Yeah, I can just see you paddling about the womb with a script in hand.
Do you doubt my credentials as the disc's premier performer of dramatic scenes?
As far as I'm concerned, one actor is as good as another. You come on, you speak your lines, and then you get killed. How hard can it be?
Here I stand.
And then you get killed.
A poor, infirm, weak, and despised old man. Do you slight me such?
What?
You are not abreast of Hwell's fair pen, then, stranger.
The name's Lewton. And no, I don't know Hwell's work at all.
My name is Privateer, and my realm is that of tragedy and comedy. The finest arts are my purview.
Yeah, if you say so.
I don't think we need to talk to the guy. I mean, he is a pompous windbag, like Lewton said.
He really is.
Actor.
It is my calling
Thespian.
to tread the boards, and for this I am called an actor.
Translation, yes. Why do you talk like that?
When one is blessed with silk, one does not wear cotton.
What's that supposed to mean?
You are not familiar with the ways of the theater, are you, my boy?
No. I always thought it was about getting killed in a different way every night.
Well, that's part of it. But it's also about the lines, the pomp and the circumstance. Men in skirts. Yes, yes. The play's the thing.
To catch the cash flow of the dim.
You disapprove? A man must his living make.
If he could make it with decent grammar, I wouldn't mind.
You should come and see the spectacle. Perhaps then you would cast less scorn upon our merry ways.
You want me to go to see a play?
Come to hear the wooden dialogue.
That's not much of a quote.
It was the best I could do at short notice.
What's playing at the moment?
Troculus and Chrysalic. The tale of the frailty of woman and the stupidity of a man in love.
With a lot of bloody deaths thrown in for good measure.
But of course.
Of course.
Tell me about the plays.
Would that I had the time to sing the praises of all Hwell's masterworks. But time is short and life is fleeting.
Just tell me about the plays.
Our current season is a groundbreaking interpretation of Hwell's most famous works, pushing back the boundaries of art and style.
Groundbreaking?
'Tis a term we of the noble calling use to describe the way each generation improves and expands upon the themes laid bare in the soul by inspiration.
In other words, your murder scenes look more and more realistic every year.
The triumph of
Crunchy.
effects.
Unfortunately, the triumph of effects over plot.
The plots are as entrancing as the day they were first written.
In other words, you haven't had any new ideas in decades.
If the way is true, why err from it?
We're done.
Well, I have to go.
say.
Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Whatever.
Whatever.
He's actually not a major character, but at least a significant character in Weird Sisters.
Huh? Also, I gotta show you something really funny. Before I move to Soy Munch.
Oh.
Just a few.
I wonder if he's gonna say the same thing as before.
Do you know anything about the plays at the Disc Theater?
I am sorry, what did you say? I wasn't listening.
You know, he said something different. Come on, say the thing that you said before. It's
about
funny.
The plays at the Disc Theater? What are you being said?
Leonard said something really funny. I want to see if he'll say it again.
Plays at the Disc Theater?
Yes, you can use it if you like.
You didn't listen to a word I just said, did you?
Be my guest.
Yeah, he's not listening at all. Also, I went back to the shop in Dagon Street, and I went through the debris, and there was a bone that doesn't belong there. So it could be a human bone. Who knows?
Could be.
Al-Khali was still following me.
Yep. We're the next Boyd. Alright. Now we can go to Soy Munch. Before we do the next step.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I was just apparently missing just one step, which was taking a look at those whales plays. So now I think we can hide in the bushes. But first, Soy Munch.
Absolutely. I'll go get some food too.
Time for kitty cats. Yeah, look at that. We got a double butthole action. Kitty cat. So many cuties. Alright, I'm gonna go get myself a drink. My food is already here, but I need a drink. So I shall be right back. I come back and suddenly my ears are filled with the heavy music. Also, I had to open my window because apparently my apartment was 25 Celsius. It's freaking hot in here. But it explains because the sun had been shining inside for a long while.
I have found food.
Me too.
It was in the fridge. Oh,
my food was waiting right next to me.
Oh, handy.
Yeah, it's a big pot of chicken and pasta in a creamy cheese sauce that I made earlier.
Ah.
So I just left it there so I can eat more later. So good. It's been a long while since I've eaten chicken. And I still got some chicken left, so I can use that for some other meal.
Sounds nice.
I'm thinking of making just French fries and chicken.
What a good idea.
It'll be interesting to fry all the chicken in the air fryer. To see how it comes out.
A Discworld quote from the book Pyramids.
Okay.
Her singing always cheered him up. Oh, life always seemed so much brighter when she stopped. Horrible singing then.
Mm-hmm. Well, no horrible singing in this Talos Principle tune.
No. I was trying to find one specific quote, but I can't seem to find it. It's something about the main character, Prince Tepikaimon the 28th, I think it must be. It says something about he has royal blood running through his veins, and his schoolmate at the academy, or he's training to be an assassin, just looks at him and says, "Do you want it to stay there?" It's a great little jab.
You know, Iselda, since you're here.
I am here. You're right.
Since I played through Sniper Elite on Tuesday, what would you say if on Tuesdays we would start playing Power Wash Simulator together? If you're up for it.
I mean, I'll have to look at my schedule, but most likely, yay.
It's just that idea that came to mind.
Yeah.
Would be interesting to play Power Wash Simulator through as a co-op. And also experience all the new stuff. Since now I got the Wallace and Gromit DLC.
Oh.
And also there's plenty that I have never played before. Some of the DLCs that I haven't played before, so it would be nice to experience them.
I mean, I think I'm up for it, yeah.
Hell yeah. I mean, do let me know. If it doesn't work out, then I'll play something else on Tuesday.
Sure.
I mean, if some other day is better for you, let me know.
Tuesday the 20th, I don't think I've got anything planned. But I will let you know beforehand if some Tuesday that I can't make it.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like we might be able to finish this today or maybe next Thursday, which means then it would just be Tuesday I would hang out. Which is fine by me.
I don't know if we'll be able to play this through today because there's still one act to get through.
Ah.
There's 4 acts in total, and I think we're about to move to Act 4. So at least we'll get it started. I wonder what I would play after this.
Good question.
So many games to choose from.
So little time.
I mean, it pretty much comes down to, do I want to go for a short game or do I want to go for a long and depth? Do I want to play one of the games that I'm planning of replaying, or do I go for something else? So many different choices.
Since you mentioned the music, how about the Talus Principle? Actually play it now that you have the new computer.
It's not a bad idea. It will be interesting to see how well it works with the new computer. I mean, it will work really well, but just what's the difference? Not to mention, if I'm gonna play both games, I will get to play the DLC for Talos Principle 2.
Oh yeah.
I'll think about it. The chat has been very quiet today. Really went quiet an hour ago.
Yeah.
I do wonder what it's going to be with the chat when we play Power Wash Simulator, because we'll be focusing on the game a lot.
True. But at least Power Wash Simulator is a game where you can easily look at the chat and chat to people because there's not much going on otherwise.
Yeah.
Like it's not story heavy like this is.
Mm-hmm. Easy to have a conversation. If somebody just says something that's interesting, you reply to it, and you can still play the game while replying to it. Because it doesn't really require that much focus, after all.
Oh, but still I have to reply. There is that problem. I'm liable to say some weird shit, so just be warned.
Yeah, that's okay.
In fact, I am weird shit.
I mean, I'm sure it's gonna turn into like a Game Grumps session where we just start saying all kinds of weird shit.
Could be. Oh boy, this is good. I bought a pack of, it's called Sunshine Delights, dried melon.
Ooh, interesting.
Really delicious.
Asshole!
Hang on, I'll find you a picture. Oh yeah. Maybe. Hang on. That works. I was just making sure that the link I was copying wasn't too long.
Ah.
Now this is not me, but that's what they look like.
Dried melon.
Tastes delicious. I think it might be freeze-dried.
I mean, usually they are.
Doesn't seem like they've added sugar because it's quite tangy. But yes, quite.
I do love it that you yes and my burps.
It's fun.
Mm-hmm. And you always go, yes, quite. It's like a posh answer.
Next time it's gonna be, of course. I see. Is that so?
Yeah, I was expecting the turning to Shenmue.
Would it be Shenburp or Burp Mew?
And at some point, when I just let out too many burps, you just go, cut it out.
You know about the voodoo?
Oh, what a game of lucky hit.
A lucky burp, my man.
Oh.
Right.
We got a combo going here. Welcome back, Zapak.
Welcome, Sampact. That was one of those that you try not to let slip out.
Oh, good food. A little bit more.
Just a little bit. Hey, Gabriel. That Jack Wisdom horsey. The little fat one just trotting along. That's a great one. It reminds me of Daxter whenever he thinks we're gonna go to give him treats. He kind of runs the same way, like, ooh.
Right now, Gabriel, I'm stopping myself from eating too much. But the food is so good that I made, I can't stop eating. But I have to. It's kind
of look like one of those right now. Why?
Oh.
back.
Had to keep that when the word wizard goes away for the I'll be back. I'll be back. Such a weird sound. It's a perfect BRB message. Oh, how about we get back to the game? Let's see if the hiding in the bushes will now work.
I could hide in the bushes, but for how long?
What am I
I'd need
missing?
to know that the next murder was definitely going to be here before I did that.
What am I missing?
Something.
But what?
Possibly something.
What?
I don't know. Don't yell at me, I'm sensitive.
Can I turn into a wolf here?
If I was going to turn into a wolf, I'd better do it where Previtier couldn't see me.
Well, the stage is a big place, so we can hide here.
I quickly transformed into a wolf and had a sniff around. There was an eerie, dark magenta
didn't know that was gonna
scent in the
work.
theater. But what caught my attention was the magenta scent that seemed to disappear into the stage. My murderer had been here.
Oh. So there
Where
might
the
be a
scent had
hidden door.
disappeared, there were some marks. I couldn't quite make them out, but they seemed to be a definite shape of some kind. I ran my finger around the marks casually. There was something about them that made you want to trace things on them, like a smiley face or a tic-tac-toe board. Well, something like that. Maybe something a little more sinister.
Maybe it's the eye.
Oh. Or at least the octogram.
Mm-hmm. Let's try the eye and both of them. The sign of the eel.
I traced the sign of the eel across the marks, exactly as I learned how to do in the Libraris Apocrypha. There was a faint click, and the next thing I knew, there was a passageway under the stage.
What a weird way of opening a secret door.
Kinda nice though.
Weird,
That
but
is
cool.
one long staircase.
Yeah. I mean, who built this?
Someone with gigantic calf muscles.
Well, that's not ritualistic at all.
We found the throne of Baal.
I think we found the source of the river Ankh. Ugh. So green.
The passageway led into a dark,
It's too liquid.
ominous vault. The whole sepulchral temple seemed to be formed from curves and angles that would give geometry teachers nightmares.
Geometry.
The centerpiece to this disturbing chamber was a stone altar, engraved with a map of the Circle C. It looked centuries old, the kind of altar that could tell a few tales if it could talk. I was glad it couldn't.
I
The
understand.
map of the Circle C seemed to be the only interesting feature of the altar.
I mean, that's definitely this octagram.
Absolutely.
Using the
Just a
map,
moment,
I
I'll be
worked
back.
out where each of the 8 great tragedies had taken place. They made an octagram around the edge, just like the counterweight killings did in Ankh-Morpork. I could match each of the tragedies to one of the murders, and the positions corresponded precisely. I knew that someone was going to get dragged to death from the Wizard's Pleasance, and that some unlucky fellow was going to get eaten in Dagon Street. I had a feeling I knew what had bothered me about the bone in the fish bar now. It was a human femur. That meant there was only one murder to go, and that it would take place at the Wizard's Pleasance.
Now we know to hide in the bushes.
Al-Khali was still following me.
Doggy? Why dog here?
I wasn't an expert on dogs, but I thought that this black thoroughbred dog was a Klachian hound, also known as the Kelef Klachani. Small, proud, and ruthless, the Kelef Klachani were prized by dog breeders throughout the Circle Sea. What this one was doing out on the streets was anyone's guess. I thought about petting.
That's the same dog that we saw in front of the archaeologists. Are you following us around too?
I have a sneaking suspicion about that.
Lewton? You okay there? He was walking sideways.
I just needed to go into the scenery, you know.
Yep.
Can you talk to the dog?
No,
Anyway.
no, he's only just saying the same thing as before, like he had thought about petting the dog and blah blah blah.
Ah. What about the wolf form?
I didn't want to transform in such an exposed area.
Well, Al-Khali following us and now the dog there, I guess we can't turn into a werewolf. But at least now we know that this is the place for the next murder, because the bone that I found at the Dagon, at this fish bar, is a human femur. That's why he felt so awkward about the bone. Because that person, they got eaten there.
Oh boy.
So somebody here is going to get killed, dragged away, and who knows how killed. It's all going with the murders on the Wells tragedies. Here we go. Are we about to find out who the real killer is?
I didn't know how long I'd have to wait until something happened, but it turned out to be less than I thought. I'd suspected I'd been being followed, and I wasn't surprised to find that Al-Khali was skulking around behind me. Gods alone knows how he got into the university. But if I could do it, I guess anyone could.
Is he gonna pet the dog? The dog is a weird human? I think Al-Khali be dead, yo.
Oh.
See ya, Gabriel. Yep.
See ya, Gabe.
So there goes the 8th victim.
It was over in seconds.
Uh-huh. So the dog is a werewolf.
Or something more sinister.
Yeah.
I was about to follow the killer's trail when I saw a familiar face.
Carlotta.
Why did you carry on with the case, Lewton?
Too many people told me to stop.
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. I like you, Lewton. It didn't have to be this way.
So you're behind this, are you?
I'm just a servant. My master, Anu, is behind this.
That beast is Mooncalf's god?
Mooncalf didn't start this cult. I did. When the last human worshippers of Anu had passed on, leaving only an empty temple in their wake, the cult lived on among the lycanthropes. My late husband got me involved, and I came back to Ankh-Morpork to arrange everything.
Came back?
I thought you'd realize, Lewton. I'm Therma.
Carlotta is Therma,
You
yeah.
killed Malachite, didn't you?
I knew it!
I didn't kill any of them.
That's what I also
My
thought.
master did that. We just arranged everything for
I did
him.
remember
He's
correctly.
stronger when we gather together and pray.
You were in the Temple of Small Gods each time there was a murder.
It was a perfect alibi.
Why was Malachite looking for you?
I'm his sister.
His sister? Hands
Yes,
up who can
half-sister.
spot the big problem here.
I was adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Karst. They named me Therma. And Malachite
had a
and I
feeling.
grew up together.
Yep.
What happened?
It's a tough life when you're a poor troll. And tougher still when you weren't born a troll. I used to sit at the table eating bread while the rest of the family was chewing cold sandwiches. That kind of thing leaves its mark on a girl.
My heart bleeds for you.
Malachite and I broke into the von Uberwald mansion and made off with some of the Count's valuables, including that pendant you've been carrying around.
And that jeweled box in the carriage that presumably held the asp that poisoned Reagan.
That's right.
How did you and Malachite get separated?
He got caught, but he didn't tell the watch about me. I thought I'd seen the last of him. I sold most of what I got, and I was living off it comfortably. But I'd seen that painting in the hallway, and it got me thinking.
The painting that looks like you?
Exactly. I reinvented myself as a debutante, and I seduced Ulrich and married into high society. I went back to Uberwald with him, changed my name to Carlotta, and my life as a troll was forgotten.
She's been evil the whole time.
Was dead. Long live Carlotta von Uberwald.
Doesn't surprise me.
Ulrich was a werewolf?
Not until the honeymoon. That was a surprise, I can tell you. Not entirely an unpleasant one, I have to say.
Okay.
How did you get involved in this cult business?
Before he died, Ulrich inducted me into the worship of Anu Anu, and it became my mission to engineer his return to power. I recruited followers and we prayed to him, gradually awakening his consciousness. He'd been stuck in the form of a small dog on the streets of Al-Khali for decades, not even remembering who he was.
That's why
as our numbers grew,
Lewton said it's a Klatchian
power
dog.
grew, and eventually he was able to slip aboard a ship and steal his way here to Ankh-Morpork.
The Milka.
That's right. The Milka also stopped off at Sort, where it picked up Mundi. He was supposed to be bringing us the Sortese falchion, having stolen it from a dig at Sorta. The archaeologists didn't even know it was there. Unfortunately, what we hadn't counted on was that Mundi was a man with few scruples and even less brains to go with it. Either he approached Horst, or Horst approached him.
Probably Horst.
One way or another, he arranged to sell the sword to that devious troll.
Only he didn't have the sword, did he? He'd concealed it in one of the crates in the cargo hold.
We didn't know that. We just knew that Mundi had gone to ground. That's why I hired you to find him.
And when I did, your cult killed him. Only you'd expected the sword to be with him. And by the time he was dead, it was too late to ask him where he'd put it.
We couldn't believe our luck when you found the sword for us after Mundi's death. I'm sorry that my master had to stab you to get it.
Did you know I was going to get killed? Was that why you made me into a werewolf?
I suspected that things would get a little rough for you, and I believed you were too valuable an asset to waste.
I'm flattered. And the counterweight killings were your cult attempting to summon Nyarlathotep by mimicking the way he was summoned before. I don't get it.
With the falchion, my master can defeat the laddering horror again, and he will grow in power, ascending to the ranks of the most powerful gods, where he belongs.
That's all very well, but a lot of people died for that dream. You can't just go around killing people whenever the notion strikes you. It's not polite.
What are the lives of a few people against the prize?
Reagan knew, didn't he? Or at least suspected.
I don't know what he actually knew, but he suspected a lot. He'd been blackmailing me for weeks.
The envelope in his locker. He said he had evidence, didn't he?
I didn't know it was empty. He said he had proof, and he knew enough that I couldn't take any chances. He had to go.
Why are you telling me all this?
It's customary for the villain to explain his evil schemes when the hero is captured.
True.
I'm no
Monologuing.
hero, and you're no villain either.
Oh, she
We're
is.
just people.
She's
you
villain.
know it's not too late, Lewton. Join us.
Although I was
Join
kind of
your
correct
cult.
that they would
What
be
happens
doing
if I
this,
refuse?
There's no
to kill
point in
the god
refusing.
instead
It's
of
already too late
summoning
to stop the summoning of
Nyarlathotep.
Nyarlathotep. Al-Khali was the 8th murder. Even now, the other cultists are gathering at the focal point for the invocation.
That would be the temple under the Disc Theater, I take it.
You're good. I'll give you that. Let's go, or we'll miss the pre-summoning.
What if I try to stop you?
Like I said, it's already too late for that. Join us, Lewton. You know it's the only choice.
I could kill you and make a run for it.
You wouldn't hurt me, would you, Lewton? After all we've been through.
You arranged the murder of your own brother, and you'd have me killed too if I got in the way.
So what? In this world, you get one chance at happiness.
You may be right. All right. I'll go along with this for now, but I'm not making any promises for the future.
That's good enough for me.
Carlotta told me she would have to bind me in case I got any foolish ideas, and then she escorted me into the depths of the temple. It looked like the whole crowd was
Nice
there.
robes.
As well as Carlotta, I recognized Mooncalf and Warb, the wizard from Saturnalia. 8 of them in all, one for each person on the list. But my attention was drawn to the hulking mass of Anu Anu, and the golden sword that he was wielding like it was a toothpick.
It begins.
Take your places, people. Everyone remember your lines.
Nylonetatep, who summoned thee? In accordance with the ancient pacts, we have made 8 sacrifices in the manner prescribed. Come to us.
I was filled with an overwhelming sensation of dread. I guess summoning rituals have that effect on me.
It would be on
It is
anybody.
here. Now I command you, by the power of the Fashion,
Fashion.
to bend to my will. Bend to my will, I command thee.
Didn't know that Anu Anu is a French guy.
You will obey me.
He's a French
I
dog.
got the impression that that wasn't supposed to
Oh no!
What kind of
The
dog
next
is he?
thing I knew,
He's
the
French.
temple was coming apart at the seams, and rocks were falling everywhere.
Yeah, you're not gonna be a god,
I don't
Anu
know
Anu.
what was wrong, but it seemed as if Anu Anu couldn't control the
Oh, boy.
unspeakable force of cosmic horror that he had unleashed. And now it was loose in the
Oh, what kind of dog
As
is
if
he?
my day
He's French.
wasn't bad enough.
With
Nylonetatep. Oh no.
Act 4. Save the city from the ancient...
After the rubble had settled,
Demon.
I pulled myself out from under it and had a look around. The temple seemed different somehow. And not just because the roof had caved in. Anu Anu was lying in a crumpled heap on the other side of the chamber, and Carlotta was tending to his wounds. The rest of the cult had made their getaway. Everyone but Warb, whose luck had taken a permanent turn for the
Aw.
worse.
Poor Warb. That amulet finally... The bracelet took its effect.
Yeah, of course it did.
I like the guy. But being evil, you deserve it.
It looked as if part of the ceiling had rearranged most of Warb's head.
Ouch.
Sometimes I wondered if these ancient temples were designed to fall in on themselves at dramatic moments.
Usually they do.
I searched the rubble and uncovered the golden falchion. The sword was bad luck, but I had a feeling it was safer in my hands than anyone else's. The only thing of interest on Warb's body was the charm bracelet, and I didn't want to take that back. I only hope he got some good luck out of it before his final payoff came. Maybe I should have warned him. Maybe he got what he deserved. Who was I to judge? Carlotta was obviously upset by Anu Anu's injuries. I guess there was a heart in that cold chest somewhere. For a god, Anu Anu was looking in a bad way. There was something about the walls that I didn't like. I think it was the way they wouldn't stop swimming.
I'm sure that's the reason, yeah.
Yep.
Come on, Carlotta, let's get out of here before the rest of the roof comes down.
I'm not leaving my master.
He's not going to make it. You can at least save yourself.
You okay there, Lewton? Your
Leave
voice
us,
went
Lewton.
down.
Leave.
He's running out of batteries.
Oh, that's it.
Welcome back, Gabriel.
Hey, Gabe.
I tried to listen in to what Anu Anu was saying, but his voice was weak and faltering.
I should have known. The inscription. I forgot the inscription.
Quiet, master.
Inscription?
Conserve your strength.
Is there an inscription on the sword?
The golden sword had already caused me a lot of trouble. I had a feeling it was going to cause a lot more before long.
I mean, the falchion killed you.
Examining the sword, I noticed an indentation in the pommel. It looked as if something was supposed to fit there.
Aha! So that's why the sword didn't work. It was missing something.
Oh.
The golden sword was fine just the way it was.
So it's not the coin. Well, let's try to get out of here.
The terrified cultist was obviously in pain and finding it hard to walk. He wasn't going anywhere. Well, he wasn't going anywhere fast anyway.
Anybody want some tentacles?
No, I'm good. I'm set for tentacles.
Broke my stupid leg when the roof came in.
Which one are you?
What? You must be Coom. How did you know that?
I recognize your voice. Now give me one
Wilson
good
won.
reason why I shouldn't turn you over to the watch.
Also, Coom has a big
Please
jaw.
don't. I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. It was just a little fun, you know? Secret
fun?
meetings and plots for world domination.
And killing people.
I mean, it's intoxicating.
Well, now it's blown up in your face, and at least one member of your cult is dead.
Who was it?
Warb. He had a disagreement with a large block of stone.
I don't want to do. I'm terrified. I suspect that some of the cultists might have wanted us to fail.
Really? Why?
I don't know. Just a hunch. Please don't turn me over to the watch. I didn't do anything wrong.
8 people died because of your cult.
No. I'm sorry. I should never have got involved.
Where have the others gone?
I don't know. Back to the sanctuary, I guess. They didn't really tell me much. I was only the novice.
Maybe I was getting soft in my old age, but I couldn't escape the feeling that the poor fool was just a victim of peer pressure. I guess he just wanted to belong to something, and he didn't much care what. I sympathized. In my own way. Get going. I don't ever want to see you again.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You won't regret this.
I'd better not.
Just saw a wasp bouncing against the car window, godforsaken things, yet somehow I find them cute. Just not when they're in my face. I don't find the wasps cute, but I find them cool looking. Like, they got that menacing look to them, which I find cool. But bees, those flying fur balls, they're adorable.
Yep.
Like, the ones that we have are like this big, and they're just a big fluff ball with tiny wings, and we wonder how the hell do they fly?
Yep. We have those too.
Yep. They're adorable. I remember one summer it was a very, very hot summer, and I found one of those bees on the pathway to the home, and you could tell that it was just super tired from flying around so much because of the heat and everything. So I got it a tiny bit of sugar water. I put it right next to it, and later when I came back, I saw that the water was the little. I think I used like a cork of a bottle. I noticed that that was still there, but the bee had left, and I noticed that there were some drops still on the ground, so it had drank it and got enough energy to go. Because I had heard somewhere that if you find a bee that is like that it seemed to be out of energy, give them sugar water. They'll get the energy to continue flying.
That is exactly what you need to do.
Well, Ankh-Morpork has seen better places.
Yes. Very definitely.
The Temple of Small Gods seemed deserted when I returned there. I could hear mad laughter echoing inside.
Oh boy, Mooncalf has gone insane.
I was drawn to Mooncalf by his religious fervor.
You okay there, Lewton?
Man who wouldn't miss a
single religious fervor.
He also struck me as the kind of
You know what it is? It's not that he's running out of batteries. It's that somebody turned down the dial on his record player.
Yeah.
From 42 RPM to 36.
Oh no, Scarecrow released the fear gas. Gotta go again, see us. Learn more about exoskeleton creatures and their limitations, so you know how much we suck. He's doing fine, right?
He seems good.
I think we'll be able to play the game through today. I don't think Act 4 is that long.
Mooncalf? Is that
No,
you?
usually it's not.
Leave this place. Be gone. All are cursed.
That was impressive.
All will be destroyed.
Very impressive that he's talking and laughing.
Yeah.
What happened, Mooncalf? Mother was right. I should have become a tax collector. It's good money, Mooncalf, she said. Better than you learn with that cult foolishness. You've got to provide for your future. Now look at me. I have no future.
None of us have a future unless we can stop Nylon Athatep.
Ah! Don't say that name. Don't say that name. Leave me in peace.
How can I stop Nylon Athatep?
Best I can do is leaving you in pieces. Is that okay?
Don't mention that name.
Okay.
I'll take that
Let's
as a
try
no.
a different approach.
Definite no.
Will the sign of the eel protect me from Nylon Athatep?
It's too late. We should have thought of that before. We might have saved it.
Listen, Mooncalf. We have to stop this thing. I need help.
Nothing can help us now.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
Leave me in peace.
Guess we're gonna leave him in peace.
I have the sword.
Seems like it.
Put it away.
That wasn't the response I was expecting.
Me neither. Can I use the sword on him?
You can try.
I have the sword.
Nah, it's just a topic.
That was...
Can I turn into a werewolf and tear him apart?
I didn't want to transform...
Darn.
I'm gonna repeat myself. You can try.
Where do we go? Ugh. Nobby, can you assist me taking care of an ancient god?
Probably can't though.
And apparently Gunfutsu is wondering if you're taller than him.
Good question. I'm 189, 190.
So you're just a few centimeters taller than me. I'm 186.
Things are looking busy in here, Nobby.
Yeah. I don't know what's come over everyone, but they're acting crazy.
Have you looked outside?
Isn't that a subjective term around here?
What?
Never mind. What sort of crazy things?
People attacking each other for no good reason. And jumping to their deaths, too. We haven't seen such carnage since the rule of Lord Snapcase. We've got riots out there.
Snapcase?
Mad Lord
And they're
Snapcase.
being started by dwarves. I've never seen anything like it.
It's going to get worse.
How can you tell?
Trust me, this is only the beginning. You're not going to believe this, but I have to tell you anyway. There's a cult at work in the city, and if we don't stop them, they're going to destroy the city at the very least, and probably a lot more beside. Frankly, I don't know who else to turn to, and I thought I might be able to get you on my side.
You're right.
That I can get you on my side?
Nah, that I'm not going to believe it.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, Lewton. Coming back from the grave is one thing. I mean, we all know that it happens all the time, don't we? But cults plotting to destroy the city. Nah, sorry. You just pulling my leg. We'd know about it.
And now you do. I've just told you.
Really? Got any evidence?
Look outside. There's a big tentacle monster at the theater. Nobby, get up and walk outside. I know it's hard, but you have to do that at least once. Lazy bastard.
Catch you later, Nobby.
Yeah, right, Lewton.
He was of no help.
Oh.
When I went back to the mansion,
Not really.
the butler had some grim news.
Count dead?
The Count had shuffled off his mortal coil in the recent disc-quake. He was sleeping the big sleep, pushing up daisies, crossing the final frontier, booking a vacation to the underworld.
Yeah, we get it.
Basically, he was dead.
Yep.
Fortunately, he'd left provisions for me in his will.
Ooh.
He'd pay my way to the end of the case, and more importantly, he was allowing me to continue to use the library.
Nice.
Well, what did it matter to him who used the library now he was gone? When you're dead, you were sleeping the big sleep, and nothing much mattered to you anymore.
Taking dirt
All
naps.
the nastiness was behind you. For the rest of us, the nastiness was still all around us. And if I didn't stop that nastiness from crushing us all under its tentacles, we'd all be sleeping the big sleep. Frankly, I didn't think the afterlife would have enough beds.
Take dirt naps. The big sleep.
Oh, Futsu is 181.
Mm-hmm.
Just slightly taller than my wife. She's 176. I think. But thereabouts,
1001
at least.
Golden Swords, the complete story of gold swords throughout history, had an entry on the Sortes Falchion. Their illustration was different somehow. I noticed that there was some kind of gold stud in the pommel where the real sword had an indentation. Perhaps there was something missing from the sword, and perhaps that was why Anu Anu had failed to defeat Nylonathotep.
That name.
Where can we find something gold?
Falchion?
I mean, it's missing something from the pommel. A golden stud. But where can we find a golden stud?
Here! Oh. But that kind of...
Yeah, I'm a stud, not a steed. Anybody at the sanctuary?
No.
I don't know exactly what
Anybody?
I learned from the sanctuary, but I went anyway. Maybe I was hoping that all the cultists would be as easily intimidated as Coom. I was wrong.
You're very sharp, Mr. Lewton. You've done a very sharp thing. Maybe even sharp enough to cut your own throat.
You must be Kondo.
I'm flattered. How did
I was
you
expecting
know?
a deal with cut me
I
on throat.
recognize your voice. You tried to kill me with that crossbow once before.
It's silver-tipped before you get any heroic ideas. The Dark Sect isn't as sloppy as the cult of Anu Anu.
A cult within a cult.
We couldn't believe our luck. Mooncarve and Therma were looking for people to join their cult, and they actually wanted to summon Nylonathotep. Can you believe that? Do you have any idea how rare it is that someone wants to summon the laddering horror for anything other than wreaking havoc and destruction?
Who's we?
Oh, no, it's not that easy. Do you think I'm the overconfident villain who reveals his whole plot to the hero shortly before placing you in an overly complex life or death situation that you then escape from at the last minute?
Yes.
It might make life easier if you were.
Real life isn't like the clickies, Lewton. The good guys don't always win.
What makes you think I'm the good guy?
I don't care what side you're on, Lewton. All I care about is that we are victorious and that everything is destroyed.
I just don't understand why anyone would want to destroy the whole of creation. If you want to die, why not just kill yourself?
I'm going to achieve something with my life, Lewton. Something that no one will ever forget.
Everyone's going to be dead. No one is going to remember anything.
And that's an achievement no one else can claim.
You're insane.
That's what my psychiatrist said. I had to kill him too.
Yeah, of course.
He knew too much. Just like you.
Some people say that when you're about to die, your life flashes before your eyes. For me, the world seemed to go into slow motion.
I told you, Lewton, the good guys don't always win.
Very true, but they try much harder.
I'm dead, aren't I?
Hello,
Am
Death.
I going to spend eternity suffering in the pits of hell for what I've done?
If that's what you want.
Oh,
Are you okay?
I can't believe I'm not going to
Shower
find
dash.
out how all this ends.
Oh.
After all the work I put into it.
It's never fun being taken off.
That's the last time I get so involved in my work.
How right you are.
When I came to,
yes.
I wasn't sure if I was dead or alive. That seemed to be happening to me a lot.
Hello again.
Have you come for me?
No. I was just passing through and I thought it would be polite to say hello.
Oh,
Isn't that what
Oh,
you're
very nice.
supposed to do with acquaintances?
yes.
If you want to scare them to death.
Sorry. I'm not good in social situations.
It must be hard to fit in when you're a 7-foot-tall skeleton with a scythe.
I'll see you later.
That doesn't fill me with confidence.
That, I'm afraid.
No,
is
that's
your
that's
problem.
actually pretty worrying.
I'd killed Kondo, but at least he hadn't killed me.
Yeah. In desperation, Lewton turned into a werewolf and just tore him apart. That's what happened there.
On Kondo's body was an amulet. It had to be worth finding out what it was, so I took it.
That's a fidget spinner. Or a boomerang. We actually had a boomerang made out of foam that was shaped like that.
Yeah, I've seen those.
I had one of those as a kid. It was fun. It actually worked.
Kondo's amulet has a symbol on it that looked like an eye, but an eye with 3 protruding lobes.
Well, let's go find out what this is.
Probably bad news.
The symbol on the amulet was mentioned in a copy of The Joy of Sects. It was the 3-lobed eye, the emblem of the followers of Nyarlathotep, the so-called Dark Sect, who plotted nothing less than the destruction of the whole of creation.
Joy of Sects.
Party guys. I bet they
You
were
know
a
the-
lot of fun. as
Yeah.
a
Joke about that?
Joy of
All right,
Sects.
good.
Yep.
Yes.
It's Joy of Sects. Gotta be really careful when you say that.
I mean, the fun thing is, it's that kind of joke has been done in another place in Discworld. One of the premier cookbooks that's sold, I think it's mentioned in Masquerade, possibly before that, but at least in Masquerade, is called The Joy of Snacks. So yeah, that joke has been done, but it's still great.
Kondo's amulet has a...
And I was so focused on the joke, I completely missed what Lewton said.
Something.
The symbol on the It was the three-lobed eye, the emblem of the followers of Nyarlathotep, the so-called Dark Sect, who plotted nothing less than the destruction of the whole of creation. Party guys. I bet they were a lot of fun at dinner parties.
So it's just a emblem to show that you're a member of the followers.
Makes sense.
Hey, mannequin. There's some strange things
Can
happening
we talk?
outside.
I know I can. And you can at least make intelligible noises.
I like him. He's fun.
Mannequin's great.
Nyarlathotep was important to the cult somehow. It didn't seem wise to mention it to just anyone. I didn't want to mention the sign of... They'd think I was mad.
Can I show this?
The amulet was something to do with it. I didn't want to show it to...
The flyer?
Do you know anything about the plays at the Disc Theater?
If you asked fewer questions, maybe you'd get more answers. I read that somewhere.
What?
Well, I'll see you later. It had been a while since I'd been to the new hall, and I had a bad feeling about what Mrs. Foames would have to say to me if she saw me.
Mr. Lewton, I was wondering if you'd turn up again.
Can I come in?
No, you're fired. Worst bedmaker I ever hired.
Listen, I have to get inside the university. There's a dangerous cult trying to destroy the city, and I need to talk to someone inside.
That's what they all say. Now goodbye and don't come back.
That wasn't...
How often has that happened then?
Probably very often.
At least more than once.
Hey, Rodan's back.
At first glance, Rodan looked like a typical sculptor. On closer examination, I decided he was much less. You're back.
Oh.
He's not the smartest.
No.
Back? Had I gone somewhere?
Apparently.
Here we go again. So you're a sculptor then?
Want to hear something silly?
Yes. Yes. I'm reasonably
I'll take that as your answer then.
I am. Something like that, anyway.
Yeah, Rodan answered.
Why do I get the feeling that you aren't going to be much good at small talk?
Back when I was still playing in a band, we were the house orchestra, so to speak, of the local music school's yearly musical productions. Usually we would be the band tasked with playing the various songs, and at one point we'd been the house orchestra so often that one of the writers who wrote these musicals for us actually wrote us into the story and had a subplot about us.
Cool.
Which was we were gonna start a band, and then by the end of the show we were splitting up. That was kind of the little subplot we had. And we thought it would be funny that for each night, our splitting up became a little more. So the scene took a little extra each night. And the fun thing was, he had written it so that our bassist was the first one to leave, standing up from the band and just saying something like, I found myself. I've searched myself and I found myself, and I don't want to do this anymore, and then walks out. One night, almost the entire band had decided to get drunk before performing. We played just as well drunk as we did sober, but when he stood up and went, "I found myself," our drummer stood up and said, "You've been gone." It just derailed the entire thing. It was great, and the way he said it, he was genuinely concerned. Also, I had the help. That was the one year I had the help from the writer who was often in the audience. He kept writing my monologue longer, and I kept talking directly at the audience. It was really fun.
Cool.
Yeah, it was.
Nylon Athertep was important.
Still a great name.
I mean, I had worked, not worked, but I was in a amateur theater group.
Oh,
and
nice.
Eventually we made ourselves a name for the group, and we actually made a play that we performed.
Cool.
For my role, I had to make like a speech for one scene. And I wrote
Makes
it,
sense.
and I just memorized everything that I had written. And when it came for the performance night, halfway through, complete blackout. Completely forgot how the rest of the speech went. The good thing was that I was portraying a drunk priest who was at a funeral, and I just started like acting that I was just drunk as hell, and all the others they started looking at me like, is everything okay? Like they were definitely worried. Even the body who was that only I could see that they were talking to me. You know, even they like stood up a little bit and looked at me like, everything okay? And then suddenly I remembered the rest of the speech, and I just went on and just continued.
Oh, that's fun.
It took me like a minute to get back to it, but it felt so long just feeling everybody staring at me. I'm like, remember, come on, what was the next line? I wrote this shit myself. How can I not remember?
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
I really don't think I know anything about that.
I wonder what we can ask him about.
The jewel wasn't the kind...
Yeah, that's one of the few things I miss.
Jasper Horst.
You miss about being on stage?
Yeah. Where do I know that name from?
It wasn't hard to lose patience with Rodan. Every day.
Sorry, my wife came in, so I muted the microphone. No, I was about to say that's one of the few things I miss is playing in a band. That was fun. I will say I don't miss the band especially, just a couple of the members.
I guess you'd better get back to your work.
Well, he was of no help. Nobody visiting here.
Some ale.
Mr. Lewton.
Does this mean anything to you?
I wouldn't know anything about that, Mr. Lewton.
Still wonder where Samael is looking at.
Nylon...
Good question.
They think I would. What do you know about the goddess Errata?
I wouldn't know.
Thanks again, Samael.
No problem, Mr. Lewton.
Also, he really needs to blink more because his eyes are so red.
Yeah.
At least get some kind of eye drop.
He should.
Oh! I think I know where we need to go. We need to go later than 2 Conkers. They might know more about this because we can show them to 2 Conkers especially.
It always looked much easier in the clickies.
Hey, Mr. Eridan. Someone
When
need
I
their
went back to
Visine.
my cell, it was lacking a large
Okay.
part of the wall.
Oh.
The disc quake must have taken its toll on the palace.
Yeah, the hole
Leonard
got
and two
bigger.
Conkers were still working on the flapping wing flying device like nothing had happened.
Yeah, the hole got much bigger.
Yeah, I see.
At least they're safe.
Well, that's something.
Just a few more questions, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, let's see what he has to say about this.
What do you make of this?
Where you this did get?
You recognize it?
Not sword, no. But indenting at end of handle, same shape as gold-plated jewel I is being searching for.
Oh!
You're telling me that a gold-plated jewel belongs in the pommel?
It would be seeming so.
Interesting.
So the jewel that we've been looking for a long while is the one we need.
Ah.
Does this mean anything to either of you?
That symbol is of familiarness to me. I am of fear that I cannot remember what it is to be.
Anything you
I am
remember
of
could
fear.
be useful.
The symbol is being called the Eye of Three Lobes. That much I am remembering.
Well, that's something.
I mean, we already found that out ourselves.
Do either of you know a symbol that looks like a sort of wavy star with an eye in the middle?
To be of certitude.
What is it?
It is to be believed as symbol with prehistoric oranges.
It's very old, is that what you're saying?
Of much yesness.
You don't know what it means?
Laminatedly, no.
Of much yesness.
Laminatedly. Laminatedly, no.
Of much yesness. We're gonna have to start using that. Yeah,
Absolutely.
like playing games together. Are we gonna go this way? Of much yesness. How about this way? Limitatedly, no.
This jewel that you're looking for, Two Conkers, are you sure it's here in Ankh-Morpork?
As shoring as I can to being. Found inscription in hole, in dig, in sorta, leading to city here.
And what language was the inscription in?
Inscription in Sortian is being.
And how well do you speak Sortian?
That makes sense.
At leasting as well to be speaking your language.
That's what I thought. I decided to leave them to their work. I doubted they even noticed I was gone.
With their delivery, you just know they were told, go ahead and ad-lib this section a bit. Show me what you got.
Yeah, and it's Rob Brydon, both of them.
Mm-hmm. I think we might have missed something down here.
B.
Here the walls look normal. But when we get close...
Huh?
Ooh, inscription.
An inscription had appeared on the wall. Maybe it had been there all the time, and I just couldn't read it.
Quad.
I wasn't sure.
Looks like Q-U-O-D. Or maybe it's just good.
It seemed to say, Quad nescient eos interficit. I didn't know what it meant. Quad meant what, but that was all I knew.
Well, let's go find out what this means. To the library! Play Batman sound. I had to get that in the emote because it looked cool for the Batman transition.
Perfect.
Translation, please.
I worked out a translation for the phrase I'd seen on the wall of the sepulchral temple. What they don't know will kill them. Unfortunately, without something to cross-reference with it, I couldn't find out anything else about it. I had a look through the Necrotelecomnicon discussed for... It wasn't long before I found the phrase that had been inscribed on the wall of the sepulchral temple. Quod nescient eos interficit. It turned out to be the motto of an ancient cult, the Dark Sect of Nylonathotep, whose emblem was the triple-lobed eye. The tome told me a little of the history of the cult. It seems the mad cultists of the Laddering Horror had conspired to destroy all creation, but their attempt failed. Obviously. And they were believed to have faded into obscurity. I had a suspicion that's exactly what the cult wanted people to think. According to the book, the cult had a sacred artifact, a source of great power known as the Radiant Trapezohedron, which could destroy Nylonathotep or give him dominion over all things, if it fell into his tentacles. There was no description of it, although the author seemed to think it was something small. There was something about a cult plotting to destroy all creation that disturbed me. I had a feeling you couldn't reason with people like that.
I get the feeling that's the gold-plated jewel.
Could be.
Radiant Trapezohedron.
I looked for another reference to the Radiant Trapezohedron and found it in the Encyclopedia Tennius. Apparently, 400 years ago, the Order of the Sacred Tulip swore to find the trapezohedron and prevent it from falling into the hands of the Dark Sect. Legend had it that one knight swore to never rest until he was sure it could never fall into the hands of the Dark Sect. According to the encyclopedia, he eventually found the trapezohedron and brought it to Ankh-Morpork, where he was buried alongside it.
Ah, might be at the cemetery.
Ooh. Seems logical, at least.
I mean, now that we know what it is, we should go ask Two Conquerors about it to make confirmation that this is what he was talking about. That that's the gold-plated jewel. And see if he knows anything about the Dark Sect.
It always looked much easier in the clickies. Just a few more questions, if you wouldn't mind. Does the phrase quod nescient eos interficit mean anything to you?
Well, is that familiar too?
You recognize it?
Yesness. It is to be the motto of one of the elder cults.
Yesness.
I am not remembering of which.
A cult? Not the cult of Anu Anu.
Oh, with sureness that is not to be so. Older cult than that even. But cannot be remembering of what?
Well, it's a Nylonathotep.
Have you heard of the
we know that
trapezohedron?
What is this being?
Well, I don't really know. It's a source of great power. That's the only thing I'm sure about.
What is being a trapezohedron to mean?
It's a type of crystal in which all the faces are trapeziums.
And a trapezium?
A type of quadrilateral with no parallel sides.
No, that's a trapezoid.
No, a trapezoid has two parallel sides of different lengths.
That's a trapezium.
No, it's not.
Where are your family from anywhere near Genua?
My grandfather was. What's that got to do with anything?
Genuine geometry has slightly different definitions to Theban geometry. I tend to go by Legibus's definitions in his geometries. Have you read it?
This trapezodendron.
Trapezohedron.
All sides consisting of squashed squares.
Well, that's a slightly crude summary, but essentially correct.
That's it. That's the jewel I am being seeking.
Really?
Confirmed.
Yesness. Just like that being, but with gold platings.
And you were looking for this, right? How close were you to finding it?
I am of some sureness.
Welcome back, Gabriel.
Being in Ankh-Morpork.
Hey, Gabriel.
Believing that this arrangement of stars is of great importance in its discoverage.
Can I see that?
Please, take if you wishing. I am not to be having much chances to look myself now. I would be of delighted nature if you would continue the looking for me.
Two conkers had given me a star map that was supposed to lead to the jewel he was looking for.
I get the feeling we need to go use this on the sanctuary map. We are to be seeing if it be leading to the location of the jewel. I am certain to be talking like two conquerors to be very soon. See you, Zampact.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Zampact.
Oh, I can't use the map anymore? Darn.
What a shame.
There didn't seem to be a connection with the star map. I'd picked up the theater. It told me I didn't know what to make of the map. I was never good at astrology.
Well, library. Hey, Pest.
Hey, Pest.
Ahoy there, matey. With the fresh wire, ahoy.
The library had a large collection of books on astrology. Because the disk is situated on a giant turtle that flies through space, the arrangement of the stars changed every few decades.
Makes sense.
The constellations in front and behind the turtle stayed more or less the same, but the constellations at the side changed with enough frequency that a new volume of Paddy Moore's The Night Sky had to be published almost every other year. In the most recent volume, I found the stars from Two Conkers' map. Unfortunately, I didn't learn anything particularly useful, except that the alignment shown would only occur at a particular point in time. If the book was right, the time was now.
So how does that help us?
You can't see me, my time is now. Wait.
I can see clearly that my time is now.
I was trying to be John Cena.
Oh, you can't see me.
Time is now.
If only Oliver was here, I could tell him that I just ate a food that is pretty much unique to my current area of the US that I'd forgotten about until I saw it again today. Rhubarb pie. My mom has made rhubarb pie. Rhubarb and something else. Can't remember what. But we do use rhubarb in pies here in Finland too. I wonder if we got it from America. And apparently Kumfutsu is so stuffed.
I was about to say I can help with that, but that would be the opposite effect I would have.
Two conkers had given me...
I'm not saying anything.
I was never good.
So how does this help us? This astrology, the star map?
Probably not.
I wonder if we need to find all the cult members.
Oh.
Where could
That's
they be?
Thought.
Let's go to Dagon Street. Maybe somebody's hiding in this.
That's
bar.
another thought.
No, nobody here.
I don't know what the last thing cooked here was, but it seemed to have been prepared recently.
Oh. Guess somebody had been hiding there.
They looked like ordinary bandages, but at some point they'd been soaked in plaster. What they were doing in Rodin's workshop was anyone's guess.
Plaster bandages. That sounds like a troll would use, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Maybe Foyd has been here.
I wasn't.
Oh, that's a possibility.
Let's see if we can ask Rodan about these. I mean, if Foyd has been here, then he would know. Come on, Lewton. Don't get stuck on things
I have
now.
to ask some questions.
Lewton is good at getting stuck.
Lewton has been having a lot of trouble with pathfinding today.
Okay. Much chestnut.
What an answer. Okay. I've had questions. Okay.
You dropped these over by Malachite's spot.
Now we wait for him to stop doing his work.
Oh, did I? Thank you. What are they?
They're bandages. Only the funny thing is, they're covered in plaster.
Really?
I suppose you were making some kind of modification to one of your statues.
Yes, that's right.
Only the funny thing is, none of the statues have changed. Perhaps you could explain that. Shall I tell you
That's
what
a no.
I think? I think you're operating as an illegal plaster surgeon for trolls on the lam. Half-inch on the nose here, a bit extra on the chin. Even their own mother wouldn't know them, eh?
But I never do anything illegal. Honestly.
Don't worry, I'm not going to turn you over to the watch. I just want some information.
Information?
Yeah. I know that you're not the best person to come to for information, given your memory.
Yes, that's what makes me a good plaster surgeon. I can never remember who my patients are.
Do you work here?
Not usually. No. I usually work wherever they need me.
But you had to do Malachite here because he didn't have anywhere to go.
Malachite. Malachite.
Oh, come on. He was right here in the workshop.
Oh, that troll. Yes, I did him.
That's what I thought. I guess you'd better get back to your work.
Huh. So that was Malachite's bandages.
Fascinating.
I wasn't going to...
Sometimes it sounds like somebody's farting in there.
Yep.
I have to ask some questions.
Yep.
Yeah, that part.
There it was.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess it's
Almost
going to be
exasperated.
pointless for me to give you a list of names and ask if you recognize any of them.
Sorry? I'm really not good with names.
No, we've noticed.
Yep.
The amulet was something I didn't want.
I can do that too, game.
I mean, he knows trolls, but how do I ask him about trolls?
That is a good question.
really don't have many topics here.
Oh, everything's crossed out.
Tell me, Hint, what do you say? It even says one of the topics is tracking down the cult members. And we've seen Therma and Warb. We've seen Coom. We've seen Kondo, he's dead now. Mooncalf has gone insane. So it's only Foyd, Gillett, and Satrap.
Yeah.
And Foyd would be from here. Which would make sense because he's already confessed that he's a surgeon. What about Gillett? Oh, should have recognized from the voice. Gillett is the Bledlow.
Oh, right.
So he's at the university, but we can't go there because Mrs. Foams has kicked us out. Gotta figure a new way of getting in there.
I agree.
What about Foyd? I hope the game is not broken or anything.
Don't think so, but...
And it says, show the plaster-soaked bandages to Rodan and ask about Foyd to learn that Foyd lives near an abandoned shop, which is the Dagon Street.
Huh.
But I already showed them, I don't know how to ask about Foyd.
We must be missing a step before that, then.
But what is the step that I'm missing?
Information about Foyd, somehow?
I mean, I've got the name, the list of names, but... can't ask specifically of Foyd.
I have to ask...
Okay.
I mean, I don't have the bandages anymore. And there's the list of names.
Guess it's gonna be...
Sorry? I'm really not good with names.
He really isn't.
Let's see see University again. Maybe we can get the Gillett to talk first.
Can I come in?
No,
Maybe.
Go away. You're fired and that's that.
Well, that's that.
I mean, it is understandable.
Nobby, do you know anything about trolls or Bledlows or anything?
I need some more answers, Nobby.
Oh, you must be truly
This is a
serious
list of
to
all the
come
people
to Nobby
involved
for
in the
answers.
cult of Anu Anu. They're responsible for unleashing the lettering horror on the city.
Well, I got
and
the
that's
list of
what's
names.
causing
Maybe he
all
will
the
listen
chaos
now.
and madness at the moment. You have
See?
to help me to round them up.
So it's Nobby.
Okay. I'll bear that in mind.
You're not taking me at all seriously, are you?
No.
No, really. I believe you.
No, you don't.
It's just, well, I've got a lot of paperwork to do.
This city could be destroyed and you're worried about paperwork?
Somebody has to do it.
Yes.
You couldn't have the end of the world without paperwork, could you? It'd be chaos.
Kind of see what he's getting at.
Do you know anything about the plays at the Disc Theater?
No.
Oh, at least now he gives us a straight answer.
Yeah, that was a plain no.
Oops.
That's one of them old languages, isn't it? Let me see. I was never much good with languages.
You're not good with the English.
Forget it. Have a nice day.
You know who we need?
Catch you later, Nobby.
Need Rincewind.
Yeah, right, Lewton.
Yeah, we need Rincewind. He will take care of this business quickly.
I mean, it says so. It says in one of the books that Rincewind could scream for mercy in 19 languages, and just scream in another 42. Such a good quote.
What are we missing? Even here it said I need to talk to Nobby about the Gillid. So we need to have somehow, we need to figure out how to get their, like, individual names. In the notebook. But how?
That's a good question.
How?
I'd found a list of 8 names in the pendant. The name that stood out was Therma's. The names, some I reckoned. The question was, what did they have in common?
Stuff.
I can't just write it down here. We might need to look up a walkthrough, because this hint book is not giving me the answers I'm looking for.
Oh.
I mean, that's one of the problems with the UHS. That some of the hints are really vague, like they skip something. So you're not getting the answer that you're looking for. Yeah, let's see this walkthrough that I found. Oh, of course.
What?
I need to show the list to Mooncalf.
Oh.
I do not wish to talk with you, Lewton. Leave me.
I'll leave. I just have a few more questions first. I need to know where to find the rest of the cult. Where can I find them?
Dead. All dead.
They're not all dead. I've already seen Carlotta and Kuma. They're alive. I saw Kondo, too. He, sends his regards.
Must have been traitors. Traitors from within. Sabotage. We've been betrayed. All is lost.
No, you haven't been betrayed. You were just inept.
I want to go home. Now. I'm frightened.
Oh,
take me home.
Poor baby.
Please.
Who? Who were the traitors, Mooncalf?
Please take me home.
This amulet is the mark of that
I kind of feel bad for Mooncalf.
Yeah.
I found it on Kondo's body. Does it mean anything to you?
It means that Kondo is a traitor. He won't be the only one. They all hate me.
There we go. Traitors in the cult.
Worse.
Kondo wasn't a follower of Anu Anu at all. He worships the laddering horror. I think he might have been mad.
Madness. Yes. Sweet singing in my ears.
Seems to be fashionable at the moment. Now listen to me. I need to know who else might have been a double agent.
Who? Who? I'll tell you who. They all hated me. Especially Foyd.
Foyd? The troll?
Yes, the troll. I never liked him. I don't trust trolls.
Where is he now?
How would I know? He wouldn't tell me. He never liked me. Nobody liked me.
Did he say anything?
I wonder why.
He said he was going to change his identity, make a run for it. Such a coward. Stupid troll.
What about the rest of the cult?
Such a coward, stupid troll.
Too late for everyone. Nothing can save us now.
Where's your faith? Don't you believe that Anu Anu is the god of gods?
No! I renounce my faith. Anu Anu betrayed me. He betrayed me!
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Well.
Mooncalf jumped screaming through the stained glass window and began to climb the temple. I could hear Mooncalf ranting as he climbed up the outside of the temple.
I give my faith to one God, and it brings about the destruction of everything.
Damn, he's a good climber.
Gods are nothing but trouble.
You've done this before, haven't you, Spider-Man?
You can't trust them. You can't trust them. We don't need them.
Eee, his fingers. Ugh.
They need us more than we need them. I'm letting atheism into my heart as my savior.
So you're gonna kill yourself in the temple. And you're gonna get struck by lightning. Because you said that you're an atheist.
I renounce all gods!
There you go. Brutal. He went like the Joker, still laughing.
I can't believe I survived that fall.
No, you didn't.
You didn't.
You're deaf then.
You've heard of me? I'm flattered.
Kind of.
Oh, what were the odds that I'd get hit by lightning just as I renounced all gods?
About 1 to 1, I'd say.
Yeah.
You're not the first.
That's the thing.
Yep.
Although I think you're the first to do it from the top of their own temple. Full marks for style.
Thank you, I think.
Don't mention it.
He does have flair.
I try to make the process as enjoyable as possible.
So what happens next?
That depends on you. But you've renounced all the gods, so I doubt you'll be off to any of the heavens. Or hells, for that matter.
Oh, great. He's gonna be...
Well, what about reincarnation? I always liked the sound of that.
Well, it's not really up to me.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do come back, can I advise you to be careful what you say on the top of religious monuments?
I'll see what I can do. Do you know, I don't feel so, I don't know, so dedicated anymore.
Death gives you a whole new perspective on life.
I should never have become a zealot. My mother was right. I should have been a tax collector.
Perhaps in the next lifetime, eh?
Say what you like about Mooncalf. He knew how to put on a show. Unfortunately, he hadn't left me with many leads, although finding Foyd wasn't a bad idea. I had already a lot of practice getting information out of trolls. All I had to do was work out where he was.
And now we can go talk to Rodan.
Ooh.
By the way, I'll be attending a special event 2 days from now on Saturday. Freedom NH is a historical town, the New Hampshire, as I've hinted at before, and there will be a History of Freedom celebration meeting reunion type deal. Grandpa David Meserve will even be telling stories about his long life here. No idea.
Nice.
No idea how that will affect my attendance of game night, but it will probably get in the way. It sounds like you're not going to be here for Saturday. Sounds really cool, though. Even your grandpa's going to tell stories. That's going to be nice.
Yeah.
Oh, Rodan.
I have to ask some questions.
Okay.
Oh yeah, if it's recorded, that would be nice.
Mm-hmm. What's up on Saturday? Board games? Probably. I was thinking. Tabletop simulator.
What kind of board games?
As weird as I was thinking, Trivial Pursuit.
Ah, I mean, I'd be up for that. Sounds fun.
I'll have to check tomorrow the Trivial Pursuits that I have on Tabletop Sim. How well they work. I think I got one that's really good. Of course, Pest. Everybody can enjoy who has a Tabletop Simulator.
Did you work on a troll named Foyd?
Foyd? Next time I'm gonna go, hello, Zelda.
Foyd.
Foyd. Foyd is in the void.
All right, I can't give you a description. All trolls look the same to me. But if you worked on him, it'd have been recently. Have you worked on a troll in the last day or so?
Yes. Yes, I worked on someone down by the river recently.
Down by the river?
A street name would be nice.
I'm really hopeless with names.
How do you find people's houses?
I'm really good at taking directions.
Well, where was this troll that you worked on?
You walk to the River Ankh, turn right, and then take the 3rd street on the right. It's opposite an abandoned shop.
An abandoned shop? Thanks. I think I can find that.
Yeah, that's the one on Dagon Street. And at least the good thing about Tabletop Simulator, it's not expensive and you don't need to do anything else. The host, the person who hosts any game will be downloaded for all the players who join. So you don't need to download anything but the game, and that's it.
It's really nice like that.
It's really cool that they do that. So when you join the game, all the assets will be uploaded for you, so you can play the game proper. Opposite of the abandoned shop. There, door. And I think usually the tabletop sim is like $15 or so, so it's very affordable. Could be 20, but still, it's not too expensive.
The door was shut tight. Foyd, are you there?
No, there's no one named Foyd here.
Nobody
Don't
here but
lie,
us chickens.
Foyd. Firstly, I recognize your voice. And secondly, I've spoken to Rodan. Don't worry, I'm not gonna cause you any trouble.
Damn. That was quite a kick.
Is that so?
Ilver sign, so he is protecting himself. He's a smart troll.
Someone had painted the sign of the eel on the floor.
I wonder who.
Foyd must have been looking for protection from the laddering horror. I guess he wasn't as stupid as he seemed. Or maybe his self-preservation was strong enough to cut through his stupidity. The big, dumb troll was lying almost motionless on the floor. The floor had seen better days.
You mean the floor has seen better places?
Yep.
All you have to do is cooperate with me, and I'll leave you alone.
Were yous followed?
No, I've got cautious about that recently.
What do you want?
Must have tied an ice pack to his head. I mean, that would work.
Nice place you have here.
Cut the small talk. Just ask yous questions and get out.
Get out.
Does this amulet mean anything to you?
Yeah, that does look familiar. That's Satrap's.
This belongs to Satrap? Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Saw it round his neck.
Then why did
Where is he
Kondo have
now?
it?
Sure, I'm sure.
Dunno.
I guess he is Scottish.
Foyd, think carefully. I'm still looking for Satrap, Therma, and Gelid. Do you know where they are?
We know where Therma is.
No, dunno.
I have the Falchion. I think it might be possible to stop Nylanethotep using the sword, but I need to know how.
Dunno. They didn't tell me nothing like that.
Are you telling me that you were part of a secret cult, but you didn't know anything that was going on?
Well, I did what Mooncalf told me most of the time.
Because he was the leader, you mean?
Well, he was the figurehead, but I don't know if he was the leader.
Then why were you following Mooncalf's instructions?
He was my contact. That's how we stayed in touch. Use contact keeps you in touch with what goes down.
I see.
Down.
Everyone in the cult had a contact, right?
That's right.
So who was Satrap's contact?
That was Galed.
And where can I find
Galed?
Dunno, but I think he worked as a porter up at the university.
That's all I need to know. Thanks.
Alright, now we know about Down. This game is noir, alright. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This Gelid. Can you describe him to me?
He's a human.
That's a start.
He's a man.
That's always good for eliminating suspects. Go on.
That's it. He's not very good at description.
Anything else you can remember about him? Clothing? Patterns of speech? Anything?
He says, of course, and that'd be me guess a lot. And I think he said that he's a pedalo.
A pedalo?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Interesting.
A pedalo?
Let's hope we don't meet again, Foyd.
Alright. Now, where do we go ask about Gelid? I don't think Nobby's gonna help.
No, probably not.
But still, I want to see what he's gonna say.
I need to get into the unseen university, and I want you to help me do it. How? Can't you get me some kind of warrant or something?
Ooh, he actually might tell.
Absolutely not.
Oh, never.
Never
Never
would go
mind.
spare if he knew I'd given a search warrant to you.
A search warrant?
Yeah, it's a piece of parchment from the patrician allowing us to search a premises. Or is that a premise?
Well, I need one.
I can't do it, Lewton. It's more than my job's worth.
The survival of the city might depend on it.
You'd say anything just to get your own way.
All right. If that's the way it's going to be. How did you get into my office the other day, Nobby?
The door was open.
No, it wasn't. I always lock my door. In that neighborhood, my coffee maker wouldn't last 10 minutes if I didn't.
Well, I found my way in. Let's just leave it at that, eh?
How would Vimes feel if he learned that you'd been breaking and entering onto private property just to fill your own pockets?
You're not going to tell him, are you, Lewton? He'd go spare.
Well, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours.
What would I want my back scratched for?
I mean, I'll ignore your transgression if you get me a warrant to let me into the university.
I don't know about this, Lewton. I think...
Act now. You can think about it later.
Okay. Wait here.
I also heard when he said act now, you could hear him turn the page.
Well, if I couldn't count on him as a friend, I could always count on him as a coward.
Don't get out before somebody sees you.
Consider me gone. Catch you later, Nobby.
Yeah, right, Lewton.
There, a warrant.
I'd managed to get a search warrant from Nobby.
He actually was useful for a change. That was an ambulance that you heard.
Oh. I thought it was me yawning.
There's a lot of old folks living here, so...
Open up! Open up!
Hold on, hold on.
I wonder what she thinks that we've come here with a
What
warrant.
is it? Oh, it's you.
I have here a signed parchment from the Oblong office allowing me access to university grounds.
Let me see that.
You'll see it's completely in order.
Distasteful
right.
pest, but I know
Come inside.
what you mean. That was funny.
I mean, we have 2 buildings here that are for those that need
Where did you
care.
get this from?
I'm a private investigator. I got this through legitimate channels.
The other one is for
Sorts of
elderly
legitimate
people, and the other one
That's
is
not for me
for
to
disabled
discuss.
people.
This is most aggravating. Right, here's what's going to happen. You wait here, and I'm going to go and have a word with the watch. If this checks out, then I won't have any choice but to let you in. And if it doesn't, I'll be back with the watch to have you arrested. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
Don't touch anything, don't go anywhere. Do I make myself clear?
Perfectly.
I don't like you, Lewton, and I don't trust you. But you'd better not cross me on this. I'll be back shortly.
I look forward to it. Sheesh. What did she think she'd do to me? Choke me with a duster? Now to find Gelid. I'd have to be
Choke me with a
fast.
duster.
There was no telling what Foams would do when she got back. I certainly couldn't count on Nobby to back me up when the old battle axe came storming into the watch house.
When it's a ambulance like that, when they're with their sirens and all that, that means that there's an emergency. So I don't think anybody might be dead, but something is happening somewhere. I mean, they went fast. I'm not even sure if they were going to go in this area.
I learned something sad recently.
Something sad?
I don't know if it's this. Yeah, I don't know if it's the same all over the world as it is here, but here at least, if an ambulance has responded to an emergency of some kind, and they put, let's say it's an old person who's fallen down and is non-responsive, if they put their sirens on and drive, like the clappers to the nearest hospital, it's not necessarily because they can save the person, it's just because none of them are doctors and they can't pronounce the person dead.
Ah.
I didn't know that. So I had that hopeful thing, like every time they put their, the sirens on, just went all full bells. I thought, oh, they're gonna make an attempt at least, but they might not.
I mean, I don't know which way it was going, so... I mean, usually for us is that when you hear the sirens, it means that they're going towards where the patient is, like something very urgent. Yeah. And when they go back to the hospital, if it's something extremely important, extremely urgent, they keep the sirens on. But if it's something that they can handle in the ambulance, they will go to the hospital, but no sirens on. And I've been on an ambulance and that's happened. Like, I've been on the ride and no sirens.
Yeah. Same when I went with my dad all those years ago. When he was having chest pains and stuff. The weirdest thing is they managed to, kind of fix him on the ride, but they wanted to keep him for observation and I wasn't allowed to stay, so I had to walk home at like 2 a.m. from the hospital. Took me, I think, 2 hours, but at least I had my headset so I could go and listen to music on the way.
In America, I think the ambulance always comes for a health emergency report, even reporting a possible death. Then they will check whether the person can be revived in the ambulance unless it's really obvious, such as if there is a rigor mortis. I mean, I watch a lot of body cam videos, and there have been moments where they've come to like a welfare check, and they found the body, and the police informed the EMS already on the radio that it's a possible body, or just that it is a dead person. But it is the EMS people who will announce the death, not the police. So it has to be a medical person who can pronounce the death. I got a feeling Gillard is not doing well. That's why I've had so many dead people around I haven't been able to pick up. That is the first time when I played freaking City Skylines.
What a perfect quote.
But yeah, that was the first time I played the City Skylines, and I was wondering, but there was so many dead people around in houses. I was like, why is this not being taken care of? Because I didn't have enough cemeteries.
It was perfect, Gabriel. That was beautifully played.
Yeah, taste the blood.
I noticed that there were blood stains on the carpet. The scent of it was overpowering.
Is that a carpet?
I noticed.
Is that a carpet?
I mean, that could be carpet.
Nah, it's got like
very
square. I mean, if it is carpet,
it's a square carpets.
Yeah, must be then.
I mean, it's just well-trodden carpets.
I couldn't stop myself. The scent of blood made me lose control, and I transformed into my wolf form. I followed the trail of blood from the concourse up onto the rooftops. I found the Bledlow's body by the observatory.
Right.
No attempt had been made to hide it. I don't think the murderer cared. I could hear voices coming from inside the observatory.
Ooh.
And even though my better judgment said to stay away, my curiosity drew me on. I hoped there was a limitation to how many times curiosity could kill the werewolf.
We can use that observatory for the star map that we got.
Oh.
And who are you?
I made my way into the observatory, and inside was a wizard whose voice I recognized.
There's a golem.
I wasn't sure what he was doing, but it couldn't be good.
The stars are right! A bit further! Now, left! Left a bit!
A golem was operating the cranks for the observatory's main telescope, and Satrap was calling out instructions. I guess he was looking for something.
Probably the same thing we'll be looking for
Mr.
with the star map.
Lewton, do come in.
You okay there, Satrap? You don't have any teeth.
Expecting you.
You've been using your magic to spy on me?
No, I saw you through the telescope.
Mind telling me what you're doing?
Oh, the same as everyone else. Waiting for the end of all creation.
Saw us through the telescope. That's not how telescopes work.
Well, Nylon-Athatep might only destroy Ankh-Morpork to begin with, but I'm sure it will get around to destroying everything sooner or later. It's all just a matter of time.
So you're the leader of the dark sect of Nylon-Athatep, then?
Lewton, I am the dark sect.
Ooh.
They would be nothing without me.
What about
And
Carlotta?
you're a wizard?
The professor of astrology, as it happens. I acquired the job only recently, although it has been empty for a while. Mathom was interested in the post, but I was fortunate enough to dispose of him as part of the summoning ritual.
So there was some internal politics involved in that murder.
Oh, make no mistake. Most of those 8 murders served another purpose. People don't become cultists because they want to help the gods out. They know that it's a good way to get what they want and to justify whatever unspeakable acts they want by blaming it on a god.
Carlotta needed Reagan killed because he was blackmailing her, and Mundy had the sword. What about the merchant Gaimin?
He and Kondo never got on. For all I know, there were reasons that the other people were chosen as well. It's often the way of these things.
Kondo's dead. I killed him.
Well, that'll be one less thing for Nylon-Athatep to do when he gets here.
How many of the cultists were secretly
What
in
is
the
with
dark
this?
sect?
Only myself.
How did they screw up the sound so
Kondo.
bad?
But Foyd was easily
One word,
manipulated
very
to our
speed.
ends as well. He rarely had any idea what was going on.
We just used him because it suited our purposes to do so. Foyd couldn't have told anyone what we were doing because he only barely understood anything that was going on around him.
What about Gelid? Did you kill him?
Did you kill him?
He had to be
You're a mean one.
removed. He was still loyal to Anu, and he had outlived his usefulness.
It's the same voice.
What have you done with Carlotta?
It's just they've lowered the.
As far as I know, she's still tending the wounds of that
the tone.
wretched excuse for a god.
Yep.
You pulled the wool over her eyes, didn't you?
Don't know why.
Pretending to worship Anu.
The wool? I pulled the whole sheep.
Was Horst somehow involved in your plans?
Horst? Ha! Without Horst, we'd have never gotten Monday staying in the Octarine Parrot. The trouble with trying to murder in a geometric shape is you're really quite restricted as to where you can work.
So how come Horst's name isn't on the list?
He's not a cultist, Lewton. He's just a greedy troll who thought helping us would get him the sword.
Instead, it's going to get him and everyone else killed.
I really think you should have let me say that.
It's almost like somebody accidentally slowed it down to 90%.
Fashion.
Yeah. That's what we did to change our voices when we did stupid sketches with
You're
Goldwave.
a vain, arrogant, dangerous man, Satrap.
Thank you.
Where's the trapezohedron?
It's funny you should ask. I was just looking for it now. Once we have our hands on it, nothing will stop Nylon Athatep. The whole of creation will be destroyed.
Not if we can help it.
Don't you think that laugh is a little over the top?
Listen, Lewton. There are fewer perks than you might think to being what most people would consider an insane psychopath plotting the destruction of everything. I have always thought that a good dose of mad laughter was something I had earned the right to indulge in.
Yeah,
This whole plan is crazy, Satrap. No one in their right
being
mind
sawed in
wants
half
such
there over there.
mindless destruction on
And that
such
was
a
a
large scale.
motorcycle.
You need help.
Yeah, I thought so.
We're gonna be hearing that a lot now.
Lewton, I have Nylonathatep.
It's not helping you. It wouldn't help anyone. It is totally evil.
Evil? No. I will not accept that. It is conditioned simply to survive, and it can survive only by dominating all other life. When all other life is suppressed, then we will have peace. Wars will end.
Yeah, because there's no
it is
life.
A power not of evil, but of good.
Satrap, if you had created a spell that could destroy all forms of life, would sweep throughout the disk and leave nothing in its wake, would you allow its use?
It is an interesting conjecture.
But would you do it?
Yes. Yes. To hold in my hand a scroll that contained such power. To know that life, death on such a scale, was my choice. To know that the faintest of breaths speaking those words would end everything. Yes! Yes! I would do it.
Madman.
Power would set me up among the gods, and through Nylonathatep, I have that power!
You're deranged, Satrap.
Very.
I thought Mooncalf was bad, but you take the honors.
Uh-huh.
I can't allow this to continue. I have to stop you.
You cannot stop me now! I'm invincible!
Give it up, Satrap.
Power!
It's over. I pursued Satrap up onto the roof.
I don't think Satrap's gonna survive this encounter.
His robes were rank with the stench of Geller's blood, and I couldn't control myself.
Bye-bye!
The next thing I knew, Satrap's body was tumbling down the roof into a crumpled heap below.
Get down here! This isn't over! Don't turn away from me while I'm talking to you! Come back! This isn't over!
It is for you.
Oh, black spectre of the cold sleep of death. Leave me, your humble servant, so that I can witness the destruction I have wrought in thy name.
Wrought in thy name? You should get out more often, Satrap.
I live to serve you.
Really? Any good at making curry?
No. But I am causing death and destruction on a scale as yet unprecedented.
And you think that makes me happy? I'm not the god of death, you know. I'm just death. I'm just providing a service. There are times, you know, when I get really annoyed by you mortals.
Does that mean I'm going to be punished for all eternity?
If that's what you want.
Isn't there some way I can bargain with you?
Nothing springs to mind.
Surely someone has found a way to attempt to avoid the final curtain?
Well, people sometimes challenge me to a game.
Game of chess?
Do they ever win?
No. But someone once challenged me to that one where you knock a little ball out of a hole. Flog, I think it was called.
Flog, yes.
What sort of game is that?
A really stupid one to play against a person who spends every second working on his swing.
Can I play you at it?
If you like. Last time I got a birdie on the 18th. But it was its own fault for flying so low.
I'll do anything to save my life. Whatever you ask.
You're afraid of dying, aren't you?
At least he didn't get an albatross or an eagle.
I didn't think I would be, but I was wrong.
Here. Take my hand. There's nothing to worry about. The hard part is over.
I'm sure there's plenty to worry about because he might be going downstairs.
I tried to destroy all of creation.
Well, nobody's perfect.
Yeah, nobody's perfect.
He's right.
On the floor was an ornate device for navigating across the stars.
Astrolabe.
The floor of the observatory was decorated with the 64 signs of the zodiac. They were all here. The celestial parsnip, the cow of heaven, the knotted string, even Ankh-Morpork the salesman.
Are these real? 64? On the zodiac?
I don't know. Don't
Fascinating
think
though they were, I couldn't
there's
do
much
anything
mention
to
of
the
Zodiac
mosaics with my bare
in
hands.
the books.
Maybe they added more for this game.
Could be.
Ankh-Morpork the salesman. What a zodiac. What star were you born under? Ankh-Morpork the salesman?
I was born under the small faint cluster of distant stars.
The floor of they were the celestial.
What about the
parsnip?
knotted string? What was the one that the Rincewind was born under?
It's the one I mentioned.
Ah.
The astrolabe was a carefully constructed tool for navigating the heavens. I suppose it could be useful if I got lost in the city and wanted to work out which way was hubwards. The golem didn't say much. It wasn't their way. I could tell the golem what to do, but beyond that there wasn't
hang on.
much I could
It's the small, boring group of faint stars.
Ah.
The huge telescope was too large to be moved by hand, so a nearby golem operated the cranks.
The view through the telescope showed me nothing.
It shows you the sky. That's what it shows. It ain't nothing.
If I knew something about stars, I guess I could have used the star map to point the telescope in the right direction. But I didn't know anything useful, and I had no idea where to start.
Maybe we can use the sextant, the astrolabe, to help?
I could probably use the astrolabe to navigate with the map, but I'd need to know where I was supposed to be looking first.
Ah. Maybe I can use the map on the mosaics? Because that doesn't look like a zodiac.
I looked at the star map and back to the mosaics. The map seemed to include a constellation. All I had to do was find out which one and tell the golem to move the telescope to look at
It's the
it.
one on the left.
Well, it was a plan of sorts.
One on the left. That one. Small, boring group of faint stars. It's Rincewind.
Of course it is.
Celestial Parsnip, Flying Moose, Gahuli the Vase of Tulips, Wizen the Double-Headed Kangaroo, and small, boring group of faint stars.
The one in the middle there, Gahuli. I love when Pratchett does something like that. You know how you refer to specifically Manhattan, but New York as the Big Apple.
Mm-hmm.
Ankh-Morpork is referred to as the Great Wahuni.
The Celestial Parsnip was one of the most famous constellations. By drawing a line across its length, you could find Hubaris, the hub star, which used to lie exactly over Kari Celesti at the hub of the world, until two drunken thunder gods staggered back to Dun Manifestin drunk one night and knocked it off course. As a result of this incident, 3 traveling salesmen mistook Hubaris for an omen and arrived at a stable in Sirit, trying to sell their cheap perfumes and embalming oils. Life's like that.
Of course they did.
Nice reference to Jesus Christ. Alright. No, can't scroll any further. It's only these 5.
The Flying Moose. My birth sign.
Oh, Lewton is under the Flying
Moose. It was a
Moose.
rocky sign, but I didn't know why.
I didn't hear what he said.
Let me play it again. Gabriel got it.
The Flying Moose. My birth sign. Apparently it was a rocky sign, but I didn't know why.
So Lewton is a bullwinkle.
Yep.
Yep. That's why it's
I
Flying
missed the
Moose.
word rocky. Oh man.
I didn't know anything about Gahuli, the vase of tulips, apart from the fact that it didn't look at all like a vase. It looked more like some careless
the
sky
vase of
god had
tulips.
spilt something. The double-headed kangaroo was the astrological birth sign of the coward. It had that characteristic quality of most constellations in that it looked nothing like what its name suggested. What it most resembled was a ball of string, and it was hence easily confused with the knotted string, which was the birth sign of the dismally confused. The small, boring group of faint stars was the least remarkable of all the constellations.
Oh, not gonna mention what they're...
Nope. Apparently not.
The small...
That's the only thing we get, because it's a boring group of faint stars. Why no need for an explanation? It's boring.
I mean, it's traditionally associated with chessboard makers, sellers of onions, manufacturers of plaster images of small religious significance, and people allergic to pewter.
Pewter?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the thing. I love the plaster images of small religious significance. That's... For some reason that always cracked me up.
I suppose the small, boring group of faint stars might have been on the map, but if they were, they'd been drawn much brighter than they really were. Swing the telescope around to face the small, boring group of faint stars.
Okay, let's see what we see.
The stars seem to be pointing at the Selachi Mausoleum. If the
Oh.
map was right, the jewel was somewhere inside.
Alright. So we gotta go to the mausoleum.
The central atrium of the mausoleum opened up so that you could see the sky. I guess on some nights it must have been quite a beautiful sight. But this wasn't one of those nights.
Especially with the tentacles and green. So, what do we do here?
That's a good question.
Because I can't go anywhere other than out.
I could probably use the astrolabe to navigate with the map, but I'd need to know where I was supposed to be looking first.
We know where we're looking.
I could, but I...
Okay, walk through. What am I doing wrong here? Ah, not on the map. We need to use the astrolabe on the sky. Makes sense.
Ah, yes.
I used the astrolabe to see exactly where Two Conquer's map pointed. They seem to be indicating a grotesque in the entrance chamber.
Oh.
I don't know who thought it was tasteful to make carved statues that were part human and part mythical beast, but frankly, I thought they looked awful.
I mean, that's why they're called a grotesque.
Yep.
I searched the grotesque carefully and concluded that it was a cover stone for something underground.
It kind of looks like Lewton.
It kind of does.
I pushed it, opening up the crypt below. The stale air told me that this chamber hadn't been visited in hundreds of years. In the gloom, I could make out a single sarcophagus. The sarcophagus didn't look like any recent design. In fact, I was surprised to see one in Ankh-Morpork at all. It must have been imported from somewhere. On the sarcophagus was a circular indentation with a square peg coming out of it.
We finally get to use the coin.
The lid of the sarcophagus was sealed shut. I couldn't move the peg with my hands.
Finally a use for this. All this time since the beginning of the game we had this coin, and now we get to use it.
Mundy's coin fitted the indentation perfectly, and with it I could easily turn the peg. There was a faint click, and the sarcophagus opened. Inside the sarcophagus was a suit of armor, grasping a glowing gem that could only be the radiant trapezohedron. I wasn't expecting the armor to burst into life, though.
No, he didn't like it.
Thanks a lot. 400 years I wait for you to come and let me out. And the first thing you do is cut my arm off. It'll take ages to sew back on.
I'm sorry. I just sort of acted reflexively.
So you instinctively cut the arm off people you meet?
If they come bursting out of a coffin, yes.
It's a sarcophagus. A very nice sarcophagus.
Ooh.
Donated to the Order by some nice people in Jelly Baby.
It's from Jelly Baby.
And you're vitally impaired.
They're good at making sarcophagi.
Vitally impaired? What's that supposed to mean? Hmm?
That you're a zombie.
Call a
you're an undead.
Spade. I'm a zombie. Right.
Right.
If that's the way you want it, I need that jewel.
I'm sure you do. But first...
Of course there's a riddle.
You must answer the riddle and prove your worth.
the riddle?
Indeed.
Dude.
Are you ready, mortal?
This is ridiculous. I'm in a real hurry and I need that jewel.
Oh, please. I've been here for 400 years.
A zombie stuck for 400 years in a sarcophagus.
Please let me ask the riddle.
Yeah, I hate it, Pest. I hate it.
All right. What is...
Come on. I know you haven't used your lungs in 400 years.
I've forgotten it.
You've forgotten it?
Well, it has been 400 years.
I wonder what he's been thinking about for 100 years.
You see how good
That's
your
a good,
memory is
good question.
after 4 centuries. Especially when you got mice.
When you got
Can I
mice?
have the jewel or not?
No. I have to ask the riddle. How else am I going to know if you're a follower of the dark cults?
No, he said mice, not lice.
Let me get this straight. You can tell if I'm a follower of the dark cults by whether or not I can answer a riddle.
Absolutely.
So how does that work, then? Are the forces of darkness incapable of answering riddles?
I'm sure the gods would never allow the unworthy to gain control of this.
Interesting theory. Look, I need that jewel, and you're just going to have to find a way to give it to me.
The Order decided that we'd ask a riddle to determine the worthiness of anyone petitioning for the trapezohedron. I have to ask a riddle.
Then ask. I don't want to talk to this guy. His breathy speech just annoys me. Oh, let's see what he has to say about riddles.
Can't you just make a riddle up?
Well, there was one specific riddle I was supposed to be asking.
But since you can't remember it, you need a new plan. Why not just make one up?
All right. What is... No. Sorry. I can't do it. My mind's a blank. You know what it's like when you're under pressure to perform.
No.
You just can't do it.
The city is going to be destroyed because you don't perform well under pressure. I don't believe this.
Pest said turn the sound off, and I took out my earplugs, but if I do that, then I cannot hear yourself.
Ah. No loss, really.
It's a big loss to me. Can't hear my friend talking.
Wait, friend, where?
He's there on the left somewhere.
Oh.
Oh, wait, that's Snorlax. Hey, Snorlax.
I was looking to my left, that's my cat.
Well, your cat is a friend, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if he made a lot of that sound when he was still in the sarcophagus for 400 years, making the same dueling sound. Trying to push off the lid.
I mean, I suppose somebody would have heard him.
Somebody's just walking around and going to other relatives. crypt, and they hear inside here, just underground, just. It's like, what the hell?
I mean, that would explain stories about why people think the cemetery is haunted.
Yep, just zombies.
Look, I have the golden falchion. Surely that counts for something.
Oh, I knew you had the sword, but that's no help. If you're on the side of darkness and you have the falchion, then I definitely can't give you the jewel.
How did you know I had the sword?
I saw you coming in the jewel.
Really? Did you see anything else?
Oh, I've been watching the progress of the sword since I got here.
In which case you must have seen Mundy hide the sword in the crate, and me recover it from Vault 51.
Yes, I did.
So, you saw me killed by Anu.
Saw me killed by
Anu. That big dog creature. How did you survive that, by the way?
Carlotta had turned me into a werewolf.
I thought it might be something like that. They never give you the whole story with those cliffhanger endings.
Well, that was halfway the game, not even an ending yet.
200 years ago, when I saw someone go off the cliff in a cart. Only it turned out he actually leapt clear at the last minute. I call that cheating.
Anyway, did you see when Anu summoned Nylonathotep?
Oh, I see. That's what the big cosmic horror was then.
What did you think it was?
Well, I thought it might just have been fog. The reception in here isn't very good.
Reception.
If you saw all that, you must know that I'm not with the forces of darkness.
Hang on. You were there when this cosmic...
So the jewel's like a miniature TV.
Yes.
Then why didn't you stop it?
I was being restrained. Come on, just give me the jewel.
No can do.
You saw me defeat Satrap, wasn't that enough? Didn't you hear what he said?
No sound with the jewel, I'm afraid. You just get pictures.
Do you know what's most ridiculous about this? If I was with the Dark Sect, I'd just use the sword to kill you, and then just run off with the jewel.
You know, that's a very good point.
So I'll tell you what I'll do. Either give me the jewel freely, or I'll pretend I'm with the Dark Sects and I'll just take it.
You're not leaving me many options.
Only two.
Jewel, please.
Here you go.
Ah. Finally.
Thank you. And may I say, I hope the next 400 years just fly by.
He's just an unarmed zombie.
Oh!
The guardian of the radiant trapezohedron had been in the crypt for centuries. That was a degree of dedication to work which I couldn't quite comprehend.
Yep.
For an artifact of near unlimited power, the trapezohedron was surprisingly unimpressive. All I could see in the jewel were reflections of myself.
Can we put this in the sword?
The trapezohedron fitted into the pommel perfectly, but I wanted to wait until the right moment to do it.
Ah, smart.
The golden sword... I had a...
The golden sword had already caused me a lot of trouble. I had a feeling it was going to cause a lot more before long.
Hopefully not more. I mean, we're close to the end.
Horst, I was wondering where you had got to.
Then we have been engaged in similar pastimes.
Didn't think that he could walk.
As you can see, I have been forced to take more drastic action. I dislike having to take such radical steps, but since the untimely demise of Mr. Alkali, I no longer have the luxury of observing events from afar.
Let her go, Horst.
Let her go, Mr. Lewton? You make it sound as if she is my prisoner. I am merely keeping her well protected against the more hostile elements of this wretched settlement.
Let her go.
That is precisely my intention, Mr. Lewton. But first, you must fulfill your agreement with me.
You want the sword?
Indeed. You agreed to bring me the sword, and I'm here to collect.
No deal, Horst. I need the sword to stop Nylonethotep.
Indeed. And what might that be, sir?
It's a creature from the dungeon dimensions, and it's loose in Ankh-Morpork.
That's as maybe. It still doesn't change our agreement. You promised me the sword, sir, and I am here to collect.
If I give you the sword, thousands will die.
Oh, come now. The world is full of people. What are the lives of those insignificant specks compared to our own desires? We, sir, are a breed apart from most people. We see what we want, and we take it. If a few tiny lights have to be extinguished to achieve our goals, then that is unfortunate. But it is of little consequence.
We're not talking about a few lights. We're talking about a few thousand lights. Maybe hundreds of thousands.
Then we will have to learn to live in the dark.
I can't do it, Horst.
Oh dear. I thought you were a man of your word, sir, but it seems I was mistaken. Very well. Then I am forced to take more drastic action. I don't know how much pressure it would take from my fingers to suffocate the young lady here. And I'm not entirely sure that I wouldn't apply slightly too much pressure and snap her spine. However, you have forced me to experiment.
Lewton!
All right, Horst. You win. Let her go.
Excellent. I thought you were a man of reason, sir, and I was right. I admire a man who is not so stubborn as to throw away what he values just for his stubborn pride.
You've got what you wanted, now let her go!
Ilsa's trying to run away. Oh!
I took Ilsa back to my office. What other choice did I have? I felt so stupid, giving Horst the sword and staying with Ilsa as the troll disappeared into the night's fog. But even if I'd tried to follow him, the dark magenta stench of Nylonethotep drowned out every other scent in the city.
Great.
There was nothing I could do. After we'd both calmed down, I told her everything that had happened.
So Nylonethotep smells worse than the River Ankh.
That jewel is known as the
Or at least more pungent.
And I think it can save the city, but I have a nasty suspicion that we need this sword as well.
The radiant trapezohedron. Yes, it never occurred to me that they would be the same. The descriptions of the trapezohedron are vague at best. Satrap must have been trying to immanentize the Garunan Eschaton.
Can you try that again without sneezing?
The Garunan Eschaton is one of the many myths concerning the end of the Discworld. It's very obscure.
What's it about?
It tells how some of the entities from the dungeon dimensions have been trapped around the Discworld. Some in the lost city of Leshp, some in the heart of the Garuna Trench, some in places men don't even have names for. When the Eschaton occurs, they are supposed to be released from their captivity and destroy everything they can get their tentacles on.
So it's
The
an
usual
Armageddon.
thing.
Well,
Yeah,
Nylonethotep is loose. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the end of everything. Maybe it's a good time to borrow lots of money.
Lewton, I heard you'd been killed. I saw your grave.
I heal quickly.
I left a letter by your graveside.
I know. I saw it.
I wrote it when I had to leave you all those years ago, but I never had the courage to send it to you. I didn't know how to tell you that I was married.
To two conquerors.
Yes, he needs me, Lewton. He always did. And in a strange way, I need him too. He gave my life meaning. I had nothing before I met him.
None of that matters anymore.
You never told me how you felt.
What's to tell? I was born when you kissed me, and I died when you left me. I lived a few weeks while you loved me. Of course, I also died when I got stabbed in the back, but you know, that wasn't nearly as painful.
I'm sorry.
I bet you never thought of me as a man who could fall in love.
I never thought about you at all. I couldn't. If I had, it would have driven me mad.
I thought about you every day, until I'd drunk enough to forget. I let my life slide till there was nothing left to live for but bitterness. Well, all that's going to change. I'm going to save this city if I have to die again to do it. And I'm not going to do it for you, or for me, or for the worthless people who live in it. I'm going to do it to prove for once and for all that I'm not the washed-up loser everyone thinks I am. And if it turns
Good for you, Lewton.
Then everything will get destroyed and no one will know about it. So hey, from where I stand, there's no downside.
What are you going to do?
First of all, we have to find Horst.
How?
I have no idea.
I do. Hint, hint. From the zombie.
Oh yeah.
I peered deeply into the trapeze hedron, and I could
Oh,
see
he's
an
at the
image
bridge.
of Horst with the golden sword. It looked like he was at the Maudlin Bridge.
All right.
The Maudlin Bridge.
There. Did you see the save name?
Yep. Like it.
Had to add the question mark at the end because that's the unsure part.
Yep.
I took a few precautions and then headed down to the Maudlin Bridge to check it out. The image in the
Carlotta?
trapezahedron turned out to be right. Horst was at the Maudlin Bridge, and he wasn't alone. He and our mutual acquaintance seemed to be in some sort of dispute.
What happened to our agreement, Horst? We were supposed to be working together.
Really, madam? Then why was it that you arranged for Monday to sell the sword to you, and you alone?
Just because I didn't trust Al-Khali as a courier didn't mean I broke the agreement.
And I suppose you're going to deny that you were involved in his death?
I couldn't stop his death, but that doesn't mean I caused it.
Doesn't it?
What about you? It was you who set Malachite after me, wasn't it?
I thought you might appreciate being reunited with your estranged brother.
You sent him after me to try and slow me down.
You are the betrayer among us, madam. Don't try and substitute me as the villain of the piece. Yes, I freed Malachite, and yes, I used him to slow down you and Mr. Lewton. But you were the one who arranged his death.
I didn't arrange his death. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
And you put him there.
I'm not here to debate the details with you, Horst.
Why are you here?
Give me the sword.
After all I've risked to get hold of it? No. As soon as my launch arrives, I will be taking the sword away from this god's-forsaken city. If you want, you can have a small share of the profits. I am not ungrateful for your assistance in this endeavor, but that is all I'm prepared to offer.
Why, you miserable excuse for a troll.
Oh, come now. I could snap your neck like a twig if I wanted to, but I'm not going to, because there's nothing to be gained from doing it.
Listen, Horst. Either give me the sword, or kill me. Because one way or another, I won't allow you to leave town with the sword.
As you wish.
I didn't think of myself as a murderer, but I wasn't about to stand by and watch Horst try to kill Carlotta. It was over in a flash.
Well,
I don't even know how it happened.
He's better off dead.
He's got to be stuck there for all eternity.
He was some kind of a troll. What does it matter what you say about trolls?
What now?
We have to get out of the
Now
city.
he'll be the troll under the bridge.
It's too late for that. Right now, Nylon is opening a portal to the dungeon dimensions above the city. When it grows large enough, everything will be destroyed.
I have the trapezahedron. Doesn't that help?
It means Nylonathotep won't be powerful enough to destroy more than just the Circle C. And if we leave now, we can get away before the worst of the destruction.
I'm not leaving the city. It's my home. It's not much of a home, but it's all I've got.
You've got me, Lewton. Come with me. I'll renounce the cult, and we can run free in the hills of Ubervold.
It's not that I don't have feelings for you, Carlotta. I do. It's just that I don't trust you. You murdered your own brother. You'd have killed me if I'd got in the way.
So what? So I'm no good. I'm no worse than anybody else. Think about it, Lewton. You, me, the wide open spaces of Ubervold. Or you can stay here and die with the rest of the rabble. Don't be a fool, Lewton. Join me.
I can't.
I'm sorry, Carlotta, but there's only one way this can end.
You're turning me over to the watch?
I'd like to be able to run away with you, turn my back on the city, and just escape it all. But face it, Carlotta, I'd be dead in a week. Thanks for coming, Nobby.
Hey, what are friends for? Mrs. Carlotta von Uberwald, I'm arresting you for conspiracy, accessory to murder, attempted herbicide, and for being bloody stupid.
Attempted herbicide.
But
And
if
being
you say
bloody
not guilty,
stupid.
we're liable to kill ourselves laughing.
Oh, you'll regret this, Lewton. Nothing's going to save you now. The only way to stop the destruction of the city would be to take the Falchion into the portal. And I hope you try.
As he left, Vimes fixed me in his eyes, as if to say that this didn't make up for what I did all those years ago. But I didn't care about that. This wasn't about the past. It was about the future. I looked down at the hulking corpse of Jasper Horst in the river mud, and I wondered if I'd done the right thing.
Oh, you did the
Life's
right
too
thing.
short for regrets, and if I didn't stop Nylon Athatep soon, it would be too short for a shot of whiskey, and that wasn't any sort of life I wanted. Somehow, I had to get the Falchion into the portal before it was too late. Time was short. I had to reach that portal somehow. The question was, how?
I know. I remember. Wanna know how?
Yeah.
We're gonna fly.
Oh, of course. He's building the flying thing. Yeah, makes
now
sense.
Now it should be
always
finished.
looked much easier in the clickies.
So we can finally use it. And perfect timing too.
The contraption that Leonard and two conkers had been working on was my only chance.
Well, it's finished.
There.
Now all we have to do is fly it.
And I'm volunteering.
Ah, hello again. You want to be the
Perfect.
person in the seat that guides the device.
I'm going to have to be.
We still need somewhere long and flat to launch it from.
I'll see what I can do.
Long and flat to launch it from. I mean, they could use this.
There was debris scattered all over the roof.
There.
It didn't take me long to get the roof clear of rubble. I hope there was no one down below when it hit the ground.
Now we got a perfect launching. Well, launch pad. It will be the McQuack.
I've cleared the rubble off the roof. Can we launch this from there?
It might just work.
Give me a hand moving it out there and we'll see what happens.
Flipping wing flying device.
The device was ready to fly. All I had to do was pluck up enough courage to do it.
I mean, we're here. Let's do it.
Seconds before I could launch, Ilsa came flying down the rooftop.
Wait!
What are you doing here? How did you find me?
Lewton, you can see this device from halfway across the city. All you have to do is look up.
Why did you stop me?
You're going to try and stop Nylonathatep in this?
It's all I've got. Carlotta said if I took the sword into the portal, I could stop it.
You can't go up against a creature from the dungeon dimensions without some sort of protection.
Protection? Like what?
I don't know, but you need something.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Ah, we gotta draw the eye.
Oh.
The sign of the eel. There we go. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. I mean, we already have a sword.
I inscribed the sign of the eel on the side of the flapping wing flying device. I hoped it was enough protection. I was going to need all the help I could get. The device was ready to fly. All I had to do...
Now it's ready to go.
This is it, Ilsa. I have my protection. Wish me luck.
This is crazy, Lewton. It's suicide.
I know, but I have to do it. I'm the only one who can.
Suicide.
Now, wish me luck.
That is a convenient way of getting him out of the Discworld, so he won't have to crop up in later books.
Mm-hmm. And what a way to go. On to battle! Yeesh.
I slotted the trapezohedron into the sword and steered the flying machine towards the portal, pedaling as fast as my tired little legs could manage. I kept flying onwards, the sky full of flame and thunder.
Oh.
Well, it worked.
It was 1,000,000 to 1 chance that I could land it safely. But on the Discworld, 1,000,000 to 1 chances happen 9 times out of 10.
Nice landing, Lewton.
Who do you think you are? My guardian angel?
I lost my wings a long time ago.
I can see I'm going to have to get used to finding you where I least expect.
Yeah, sounds about
How did
right.
Gaspod get up here
My
anyway?
original launch had attracted a lot of attention.
That's a good question.
But that didn't change things with Remora. If I didn't get out of the city, there was no telling what he'd do to me. Two Conkers, get the flapping wing flying device ready. It's going on another flight. As you are wishing.
Where are you going?
I'm not going anywhere, but you are. The Assassin's Guild still has a contract out on your husband's head, and they won't stop until he's dead.
Let him go. I'll stay here with you.
I can't offer you much of a life, but he can.
We're getting our Casablanca ending.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But love isn't always enough. If you don't get on that flying machine, you'll regret it. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, and for the rest of your life. Which won't be very long if the Assassin's Guild catches you.
What about us?
We'll always have the Hotel Pseudopolis. We didn't for a while. We lost it. But we got it back. And no one can take that away from us. Here's looking at you, Ilsa.
Just looking at you, kid.
Mm-hmm. So is he gonna have a beautiful friendship with Gaspod?
Well, it's over. I don't know. It doesn't make much sense to me.
You really loved her, didn't you? Well, don't ask me.
By the way,
either.
it's Gigi.
I'm a species that thinks someone's leg is an object of desire.
Thanks, Gaspard. You know, this could be the beginning
There
of
it
a
is.
beautiful friendship.
Don't push your luck, sonny boy.
No, of course not.
Hey, all Discworld games done.
Sure.
This game is a lot of fun. It's really well written.
It is.
Chris Bateman, yeah. Rob Brydon, Rob Llewellyn, Nigel Planer, Kate Robinson, Rob Brydon.
Popular Brydeinicus.
Lead PlayStation programmer. This is not the PlayStation version.
Interesting.
If it had been, this would have looked so much more awful.
I've heard.
I actually did check out the PlayStation version, like if I should play that, but I couldn't even start the game because it looked so awful. And playing it with a controller is...
Yeah, point and click on a controller is just...
Slow.
I don't know why people want to do that to themselves.
Yeah. Music, songs, and sound effects are Paul Weir. So we can thank him for this awesome music.
Thank you, Paul Weir.
Conduit for oncoming rage. What? So much fun music in the game. Very fitting for noir.
Definitely.
Ontological consultant.
Name.
I even got permission from Terry Pratchett to get all the agent for Terry Pratchett. Right.
Alan Smythe, yes. That is true.
Far too much interference, Terry Pratchett. What a game.